Dear colleagues, our guest of honor, Dr. Jack, AHUS delegates, fellow presidents from all over the continent, you are welcome to Rwanda and the heartful mwakoze cyane to come and join us. To every delegates who journeyed from across Africa and beyond, whether you traveled from Lagos to Nairobi, Accra to Cape Town, your presence hasn't just been attendance. It is a powerful statement to the love you have for our profession. I believe in a collaboration that we value our togetherness and will be strong as a continent and in a profession. This week wasn't just about conferencing and presentation. It is a week that are building our bridges between nations, generations, and the vision to hold contest surveying as a tangible step to build Africa. We are all here with open minds, shared, working hard to debate passionately and to listen generously. For that, Rwanda Institute of Contest Surveyors and our entire profession owes you a deep and a great gratitude. We thank you so much for coming. You have invested a lot. Your time is invaluable. Your resources, your skills that you are imparting to our young generations, we can't take it for granted. And we thank you so much. We thank you for the time you gave, the ministry gave, no valuation surveying. They are all here present. We thank you for the support. And that's why you see all the members, a delegate, close to 80, came across, left their farms, left their offices, closed them, and come to build our professionals and support your young brothers and sisters. We thank you so much. Gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, you didn't just share knowledge, you laid bricks in a foundation far bigger than any of us can imagine. Some few years ago, you all remember President Shegun and his team, Mr. Gaito, SGs, you were here trying to mobilize only 3 people. Today, look around. I think you are also proud. It was not coffee that we shared. There was resilience to the profession. Wherever you met these young men and ladies, and you impart with them your knowledge, your experience, they never left it there. They took it serious, and they are doing it. This is not done by the other 3 gentlemen you've met. It is for all of us, the team of contest surveyors. Being at school, you visited the school, and you saw how passionate they are, and young graduates they are. We also thank African AHUS Graduate School that they have started even training our young graduates. Yesterday we received 2 certificates from the school. The journey is just beginning. To those who traveled 1,000 kilometers, sacrificed time with loved ones, brought our most valuable asset, your presence to this. You have given us more expertise. You have given us love. You have given us your time. You have given us resources. RHUS is very happy. Now for the young ones in this room, our students, graduates, and future fellows. This profession is now in your hands. We laid the foundation, we fought for recognition, we built this institution, but you will build the skyscrapers. I see your energy. I hear your bold questions. I feel your hunger and reshape the field with the AI, green tech, social justice. Don't wait for permission. Make this profession a future e-leading. We trust you because we need you. When the climate change demand eco materials, we need your innovation. When communities need ample homes, you need your numbers. Your numbers should be right so that the government and other private practitioners be happy to invest. Don't scare them. We need your integrity. You are not the next generation. You are the essential generation to build this nation and build Africa. I will stay, and we all will stay connected. We are here. Networks you are going to forge from this conference. Stay curious. The best contest surveyors on the continent are in this house. Stay courageous. Ask them any question you feel you want to ask. Guard our ethics. That will be the most tool. To our sponsors and friends, you brought light to Kigali. You made us smile. We uplifted our standards and spirits. We thank you so much. And I want to recognize Janet Chirichiri. Please stand up for recognition. Janet did a lot. With Janet, she came along with Mapel. Where is Mapel? We value Crown Paints, Crown, Frostrock, our fellow QS and project managers behind there, please, from South Africa, Agro. Zamara, where is Zamara? Our insurers and pensioners. Zamara is trying to make sure that our young professionals can save, they can get better deals with insurance companies. And we have, Director General, we have a plan to set up a circle within these young professionals. This is a plan we have. And we will not be contest surveyors, we also have to be, one day you'll find us somewhere. So young men and ladies are ready to build up a financial institution, and they will. They are ready. NPD, We thank you so much. And many others that have done it. We thank you and we value you, and you'll be our partners. We keep up. Don't forget, wherever you are specifying, to specify materials for such, where if it's not a conflict of interest, please always advise to use those people that are supporting you. Use their materials. Market them, because they are marketing you, they are building they are shaping your future. And we hope to have so many others. Nature Paints, we also value and we thank for the support you have done. And to our youth, the blueprint is yours. Build wisely, build boldly, build knowing Africa is counting on you. Africa is counting on the youth. So 95% of the people in this room are youth. There is no way that we will say that we are not counting on you. We are counting on you. So time is now to take it up. I thank you so much, and my heart is humbled. I'm very humbled. A team started with 3. Today we have we expect 300 plus after just 4-5 years. You can imagine how we are happy. You allow me, again, to invite our Director General from Ministry of Infrastructure to come and officiate this and address this congregation. Thanks a lot.
Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors, respected delegates from the Africa Association of Quantity Surveyors, distinguished representatives of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So my name is Jack Ngarambe, as Charles just mentioned, and I'm the Director General in charge of Housing Development, Urbanization, and Human Settlement. I was going to start with a construction joke, but I realized they take too long to build. I didn't do my cost-benefit analysis, so I don't know how this would affect the budget. So they're too expensive. I'll tell you that next time. I'll have a joke for you next time. And I also want to say that I'm here on behalf of the Minister of Infrastructure, Dr. Jimmy Gasore. He really wanted to be here, but because of other pressing matters, he couldn't make it. And he sent me to apologize on his behalf, but also share some of his remarks. So we gather here on this important occasion, one that brings together leaders and professionals whose expertise and dedication are shaping the future of Africa. This event is more than a celebration. It's a reaffirmation of our shared ambition to transform the construction industry across the continent. This gathering of professional quantity surveyors is not only a platform for professional exchange, it's also a call for action. It encourages collaboration across sectors, disciplines, and borders, driven by a shared belief in delivering sustainable, inclusive, and resilient infrastructure in Africa. In Rwanda, the construction sector has seen tremendous growth, as you might have observed yourselves, mostly in recent years. It has become a cornerstone of our development. This progress would not have been possible without professionals like yourselves, especially quantity surveyors. Your work ensures that projects are planned properly, delivered within budget, and meet the highest standards of both quality and safety. This has helped solidify Rwanda's reputation as a center of professional excellence in construction. We are also especially proud of the growth of local surveying firms. The expansion in both number and capacity is commendable. Today, many of them are not only driving national progress, but also competing regionally and globally. And this is a true testament to Rwanda's emergency as a hub of professionalism and excellence in the built environment. So again, as we reflect on Rwanda's journey from post-conflict reconstruction to ambitions and content-leading infrastructure development, we see the construction sector as a key driver of socio-economic transformation, infrastructure, as well as economic development. And it's not just about building roads and buildings. It's about building livelihoods, supporting communities, and driving long-term economic resilience. And none of this would happen or will happen without the precision, foresight, and dedication of professionals like you. I wish to commend the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors for its ongoing collaboration with international institutions, such as the Africa Association of Quantity Surveyors and the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. These partnerships enhance professional recognition, promote continuous learning, and open access to global standards and knowledge sharing. I encourage the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors to continue strengthening such alliances, not only with the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, and also the Africa Association of Quantity Surveyors, but with other international professional bodies. And this will be helpful as we position Rwanda as a regional leader in the built environment. So on behalf of the government of Rwanda, I also wanted to assure you that, and particularly the Ministry of Infrastructure, I wanted to assure you that you have our support, both as quantity surveyors and any other alliances they might make with international institutions. And we want to go beyond structures. We want to build partnerships. We want to develop cities, but also nurture careers and empower communities. We want to not only quantify roads, but also the transformative impact of our work on people, economies, and Africa's future. So together we can shape a legacy of excellence, elevate our standards, and build a future that reflects the aspirations of our continent. So before I conclude, allow me to extend a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests here who traveled to join us from different parts of the world to Kigali. I hope you've been enjoying Kigali. We are delighted to host you in this beautiful city of ours, and I hope you feel at home. And I also want to emphasize that while this week offers a valuable opportunity to share knowledge and experiences, learning should not end here. It's our hope that the conversations that are started here don't stop here. It's our hope that they can continue through future collaborations, ongoing professional development, and shared efforts to raise the standards of our continent, and as well as the built environment on our continent. So with that, and on behalf of the Minister of Infrastructure, Dr. Jimmy Gasoy, I thank you very much and welcome you to Kigali. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. The support is actually tremendous. You have been there from the time we transitioned from RIA to RICS. Your support helped us a lot. And from the president of RICS, that is RIQS, he mentioned something that is of importance, that we should not look at the generation to come. We are the generation that is important. We have to create a platform which will help what we shall not see actually, but there will be benchmarking from this current generation. We thank you so much, and we pray that the environment you have created for the QSs in Rwanda remains so as to achieve RICS goals. Michael MC.
Yes. Morning, everyone. We would like to welcome the chairperson of AAQS, East African region, to give his remark. Please join us.
Thank you very much, our dear guest of honor, President RIQS, President AAQS, my fellow AAQS delegates, presidents of our national institution, our fellow conservator of Rwanda. We are very happy to be with you here on this special week, which is a milestone for the RIQS. And we as AAQS Eastern Region neighbors, we are very happy to be part of it. And we are here to support you, to show that we are together. We have been here since Monday from the meeting students, and today we are meeting our fellow professional. So we just here to show support and show cooperation between the AAQS and the RIQS. So on behalf of my colleagues and my fellow delegation, I wish you a fruitful conference and RIQS big milestone, and we wish you the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that brief. Ladies and gentlemen, we have delegations from the following countries. The hosts, that is Rwanda, representatives from Uganda, by show of hands. Those are the representatives from Uganda. Representatives from Tanzania, you're welcome. We have a delegation from Kenya. You're welcome. From Malawi, you're welcome. We have a delegation from Zambia. Zambia people, maybe, are you there or you are on the way? We have from Botswana. Botswana people, you're welcome. Our members from Ghana, you're very welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have a delegation from Nigeria. Nigeria, you're very welcome. Our colleagues from South Africa, you're welcome. We have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Representatives, you're welcome. And then finally, but not the least, from Namibia. You are welcome. Right about this moment, we shall have a brief and opening remark from the AAQS president. You're very welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In case you are wondering if there has been a coup against the current president, it's not so. I stand here to represent the president of AAQS. I think in my capacity as a past president of AAQS. So I will make a remark on his behalf. He's attending a meeting right now. As soon as he finishes, he will come back. He will come and join us here. Our distinguished guest, Dr. Jack, that I remember. Members of Rwanda Institute of Conservators, my colleagues from the diaspora in Africa, representing the various member bodies of Association of Quantity Surveyors. I welcome you, and students. They are indeed the future of the profession. It is indeed gratifying to be here to participate in this Africa Week of the Quantity Surveyor. More than the people we see here, what gratifies us most is the fact that AAQS was here some time ago, and I was part of that delegation to ensure that the country gives quantity surveyors who are here some visibility, let them be registered, let them have their destiny in their hands. And we have seen the result. The government listened and implemented our prayers. Today, Charles is leading the whole bunch of quantity surveyors in Rwanda, and I wish to thank the government for this singular act. AAQS is primarily focused on increasing membership within African countries. So far, I think we are notching up close to 14, 15 countries in Africa. And our primary duty is to ensure that there is a presence of a body in a country and that they are together and they can work at sync with fellow quantity surveyors beyond the borders of their country. And this AAQS has been pushing, and we are succeeding, and we continue to do it. What we bring to the table for member bodies is the expertise and the knowledge, new knowledge that evolves from time to time from quantity surveying profession. And today, we'll see some of this being delivered by experts that have been put together. AAQS will not stop here. We'll continue to give support to them from time to time. And like I said, it is gladdening to see that the membership of RIQS is increasing. You have to continue to tap on new talents. If you need our support in creating new generation of quantity surveyors, that is what AAQS stands for. We are happy that you are hosting an international conference. It's not easy to host one. So we wish to congratulate you for this epoch-making event, and to continue to urge you to increase the space and scope. And we do hope that the infrastructure development in your country, you are not excluded from them. And it is important that we know that the quantity surveyors are involved in the cost management of the huge infrastructure that is taking place here. If not, we want to use this opportunity to appeal to the government to ensure that they utilize quantity surveyors in infrastructure development. That is where you can make the savings. That is where you can effectively cover grounds with the capital that you have in your hand. For those who have come here to support the RIQS, I welcome you. our member bodies are fully represented. You've heard some of those countries that are represented here. For those who are participants, I hope you'll be able to take away one or two things from this conference. And at the end of the conference, we hope we will have a successful outcome. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you so much. We would like to call the representative of RICS to give some remarks. Please. You're welcome.
Distinguished guests, Director General, RIQS leadership and members, AAQS leadership and members, RICS board members present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Habari, that one is Swahili, habari, you say mzuri. Yeah, there are people from Tanzania here in Kenya, and habari, mzuri. Yes, my name is Boniface Waweru. I work for the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, which is a global body for surveyors. We are headquartered in London, and we have offices in 42 cities across the world. We have more than 136,000 members globally, and in Africa, particularly, we have about more than 2,000 members. And we are very proud to be part of the support for this organization, the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors, and we are happy that we are going to go places, and you will see later what we mean by going places. And so I am the Market Development Manager for RICS in the Sub-Saharan Africa. I cover 45 countries, that is West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa, except South Africa. And I am keen to grow the RICS presence in the region. And I would like to invite a memorandum of understanding or collaboration agreement between the. We also ask our members who is an assessor and is going to give his remarks. He's an assessor with RICS. Finally, I would like to invite you to visit our website, rics.org, and in case you need any information, go to contactrix@rics.org, and we will be happy to assist you. I'd like to invite Dele to give his remarks. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a delight to be here. My name is Dele Oyekomi, originally from Nigeria, as for those of us that are from Nigeria know the name. It's a tremendous opportunity to be here. I don't know which hat I'm wearing, but at the moment I've been asked to give opening remarks on behalf of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, of which I am a member. I've been a member of RICS now for the last 23 years, a fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, along with Mr. Hassan, who you've also met, who is the RICS chairman for Saudi Arabia. I'm also based in Saudi Arabia, and I'm the RICS principal assessor for Africa and Middle East, which means that a lot of assessments that we do across the region fall under the responsibility of myself for those who are assessors, and hopefully we will be getting a lot of assessors out of Africa, and particularly Rwanda. I'm particularly happy for the progress that RIQS has made over the last 1.5 years that I've known and been involved with RIQS here in Rwanda. I'm not a visitor to Rwanda myself. I've been coming to Rwanda now for the last 26 years. But my profession didn't bring me to Rwanda. It was actually charity work that brought me to the country. However, through the years, I've seen a lot evolve. And one of those things that has evolved, of course, is the Royal Institute of Quantity Surveyors, or the Rwandan Institute of Quantity Surveyors here in Rwanda. The Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors is one of the institutions, as my colleague has just mentioned, one of the key institutions in the world for professionalism and standardization. And we are quite happy, as we are going to see later on, with the collaboration that RIQS and RICS will have. In the meantime, we are looking to see many young candidates, as our president has said. The future of the profession lies in your hands. I've been a quantity surveyor now for 35 years. Still in the profession in Saudi Arabia. I did not know I was going to be this long, but here we are. And we want to see people grow and lay, and of course, hand the baton over to the young generation. Saying that, we're looking to see a lot of young men and young women grow in the profession, and RICS is a key source of this. We want to give support as much as possible, and one of my roles, together with my colleagues, is to ensure that we develop the assessment platform to see many assessors come on board, to see that we have a lot of young chartered surveyors who go through the process of our assessment of professional competence, and to guide and help those young surveyors who would like to do that. So we would like to ensure you and to give you our support as much as we can, and to also let you know that our primary role is, even though we may be in Africa here, and we are in the Middle East, we are everywhere. We are everywhere, as you can see, to help, support, be it here physically or also online. So I would like to say thank you very much for having us, and RICS, on behalf of RICS, on the Middle East, from the assessors in Middle East and Africa, we want to say thank you for having us, and have a nice conference and workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those sites. We have the next item on the agenda. As you have your programs, we are supposed to have RICS, RIQS MOU signing, but the documents are being prepared for a later session. We shall skip the health break for a moment, and we have the first presenter, who is the director of Agora Consulting Africa. Mr. Van, you're welcome to give us that first presentation.
With great power comes great responsibility. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations on the establishment of quantity surveying as an independent profession in Rwanda. This is not only a significant milestone, but also a powerful responsibility. As professionals, you are now called upon to serve with ethics and morality, leadership and integrity, and a commitment to social justice. In my address, I will briefly touch on 5 key points. I will look at how we do things in Agora Consulting in South Africa as requested by our host. I will discuss important aspects of the legal framework that governs the quantity surveying profession. I will look at the Quantity Surveying Act, its impacts on how we work and what we deliver. I will look at the interpersonal relationship between the consulting team, shaped by our independence as quantity surveyors. I will briefly touch on how a quantity surveyor is approached and appointed on a project, and then we will look at the communication channels within a construction project. My name is Oosterwald, and I am a registered quantity surveyor with the South African Council for the Quantity Surveying Profession. It's a council and a profession that I hold dear to my heart, respect, and appreciate. This council was established in November 2000 in terms of the Quantity Surveying Act 49 of 2000. Amongst other things, the Act legally protects the title quantity surveyor. In other words, no individual may use this designation unless formally registered with the council. The registration process is obviously a hard one. It spans typically 3 years post-graduation and includes structured training and assessment. A candidate must hold, at the very least, a BSc Honours degree in quantity surveying or a similar qualification from a recognized academic institution. During this period, a candidate is registered at council as a candidate quantity surveyor, and that's the designation you may use. Only once all requirements are met, including practical experience, reporting, and a professional interview, does one earn the designation of professional quantity surveyor, abbreviated as PRQS. This designation is not automatic, nor is it guaranteed, and many a professional choose to either work as estimators, working for construction firms, developers, clients, suppliers. It's worth noting that the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors follow a similar professional standard and registration process. To uphold the dignity of our profession, the SAC QSP also enforces a code of conduct, which governs how we act in service of our client, our colleagues, including other professions and the public. I've written in detail about the Code of Conduct on the Agora website, where it is discussed in the context of its latest revision. The object, however, of the Code of Conduct is to uphold and promote the dignity, the standing, ethics, and the reputation of the profession, to guide us to discharge our duties competently and efficiently, with integrity, without prejudice to our client, and to respect the interest and the professional reputation of any other registered quantity surveyor and other professionals across disciplines. The Act obviously goes further or beyond title protection. It outlines 6 very distinct project stages where we as quantity surveyors have certain services and deliverables. These project stages can very briefly be seen as inception, concept and viability, also referred to as feasibility, design development, documentation and procurement, construction and closeout. During stage 1, we agree on the scope of works by receiving our project brief from the client. We agree the services that the quantity surveyor will render, and we finalize the client-consultant agreement. I want to pause at the client-consultant agreement for a brief moment. This agreement governs our relationship with the client. The agreement in South Africa can be either the PROXA Client Consultant Agreement or more known, the FIDIC White Book Client Consultant Agreement. These two agreements are similar in nature in that, with the difference that the FIDIC White Book can be used in any country, whereas the PROXA is specifically tailored for the South African context. But they are very similar in nature. They clearly outline the roles and responsibilities that the consultant have. It sets the deliverables at each stage, and we can agree on these deliverables and services, and how we will invoice these services. Both these contracts are very explicit in the consultant's obligations, in that the consultant shall exercise reasonable professional skill, care, diligence, and comply with the law. The consultant shall not make any material alterations or additions or omissions from the approved design, budget, or program without the consent of the client. It is important to note that there is a direct line of communication between the consultant and the client. The contract goes, aside from roles and responsibilities, services and deliverables, that the contract defines, the consultant also, or the contract also looks at risk mitigations. Included in this contract is performance clauses for both parties. Part of these risk mitigations is the inclusion of a professional indemnity insurance that protects the client in terms of the services being delivered. The consultant, again, is protected by limiting the value or the financial value of this insurance, typically set at twice the professional fee. But the contract goes further, and it also specifies exactly what eventualities will be claimable under this professional indemnity insurance. During stage 2, we prepare an area schedule. This area schedule is used to do an elemental cost of construction cost, and then we use this construction cost to do a feasibility study. One can argue that the feasibility study is a function of the construction cost, the land cost, general cost, and income models, basically defining the profitability of the project for the client. In stage 3, we develop this budget and hand in hand the design with the design team further. We also value engineer during this stage, looking at cost alternatives, building alternatives, trying always to reduce the capital expenditure and increase the profitability of our projects. I like to teach candidates that do their residency with Agora that a good quantity surveyor captures everything on the drawing and the client's brief, but an excellent quantity surveyor sees things that's not on the drawings and make allowances for these eventualities. Stage 4, there we finalize the budget, we prepare tender documentations, we call for the tender, we do financial evaluations of tenders, and we recommend a main contractor for construction. We also are tasked to compile the priced contract document. At Agora, we mainly use two processes for calling tenders, very client-specific or sector-specific. It can either be a closed or selected tender, where we agree on a list of competent contractors with the consulting team. These are typically contractors we have a proven track record with, and we are comfortable that they can execute the work within the budget, the time frame, and to the desired quality. And then the open tender process, where we place an advertisement in a tender bulletin or in local media sources, and contractors that meet the requirements are then invited to submit a financial tender. Construction, the deliverables is occurring on a monthly basis, where we produce predicted cash flows, monthly valuations for payment certificates, estimates for proposed variation orders, compiling monthly cost reports and other financial reports, and preparing project payment schedules. And then lastly, stage 6, where we prepare the final valuation for final payment. Then we sign the final account with the contractor, and we agree the final fee statements with all consultants. It is then clear that the Act makes a further provision for a guideline tariff of fees in respect of people or quantity surveys registered. The guideline fee tariff is exactly that. It's a guideline, and we use this as a starting point for negotiations with the client, typically ending up in quite sizable discounts. And we use this to make the overall project fee basket work. A fee basket is a term that we use to describe that portion of the project cost that is reserved for professional fees. In my experience, I've seen that typical fee baskets on greenfield projects, important to note that these are commercial projects, range between 10 to 14%, and on brownfields projects, I've seen them a bit higher, ranging from 12 to 18%. But this is, again, very project specific and driven by the financial feasibility of the project. Finally, the SAC QSP mandates continuous professional development. All registered quantity surveyors must stay up to date with the latest technologies and advancements in the fields. This happens through seminars, webinars, and structured training, ensuring the highest professional standards throughout our careers. The modern built environment is collaborative by nature, and the quantity surveyor play a vital strategic role in this design and cost ecosystem. Communicating directly with the client, directly with the architect, and directly with the engineers. Let's break this relationship down and see how it fits in the overall project life cycle. Again, I will look typically at how we do things in Agora Consulting. We will get appointed as the project managers, where we receive the project brief from the client. This brief is translated into a project charter or a scope of works, including an initiation program. Simultaneously, the architect will take this brief with the project charter and start developing their conceptual design. In between these two consultants, the QS translates this same brief into the area schedule, high order of magnitude estimate, and then eventually the feasibility study. This is the framework or the cost framework that sets the cost norms for the design and the project to follow. The engineers enter the scene where the structural and civil engineers normally communicate directly with the architect. The QS does play a pivotal role by evaluating the engineers' markups, inputs, and conceptual designs, always relating this back to our cost norm. Services engineers, for example, typically use our quantity surveyors' area schedule as a starting point to develop their services budgets. We then evaluate these specialist budgets against the financial framework using rate per square meter allowances of previously completed projects, similar in nature, preferably executed under similar circumstances. It is important to note that the quantity surveyor understands his role of benchmarking and evaluating the design against cost norms, historic data, and understand that we as quantity surveyors are the custodians of the project budget. Throughout this project, our project managers facilitates alignment. Alignment with the client, ensuring that the brief and budget align. Alignment with the architect to guide the design within the construction budget, and alignment with the quantity surveyor, ensuring financial control is maintained throughout. This web of collaboration demonstrates the critical role that the quantity surveyor plays in the consulting team, not in isolation, but as a financial translator between creative, technical, and business objectives. In South Africa, a quantity surveyor is appointed during three processes. The first one we have is an open tender process, typically used for public sector work. Very briefly, we respond to an advertisement with a technical proposal looking at similar projects, contactable references, a financial proposal which demonstrates the fee and the discount we are willing to execute the work with. And then there's the request for proposal, which is used in public sector again, sometimes public-private sector projects. This is used for more complex projects in my experience, and it's a similar submission process of a technical and a financial proposal, but I've seen that a lot of times the request for proposal asks for a methodology statement on exactly how we see we will execute this works. And then the fun part is direct appointments, where this is based on our relationship with clients and other consultants. We are nominated to get on board with a project, or a client approach us directly. In instances where I have been approached by a client directly was where we've identified a specific site with certain site perimeters, and I've been asked to do a preliminary cost calculation looking at things like the bulky coverage and other site perimeters, working out what can be done on this site and where to set the cost norms. We will then nominate an architect to get on board and to start with a conceptual design. And from there, the appointments flow and the design process flow. It can be the other way around, where a client approached an architect first, and the architect looked at the same site perimeters and then nominates a quantity surveyor to get on board to do the cost norm calculation. Ladies and gentlemen, construction is teamwork. And at the core of teamwork lies communication. To recap our discussion, the FIDIC White Book is used to govern the relationship between the consultant and the client. The quantity surveyor is onboarded in one of three ways: by being awarded a tender or an RFP, or through a direct appointment. We saw that there is certain deliverables that the quantity surveyor is responsible for at each of the 6 stages of the life cycle of the project. During stage 1 to 3, the lines of communication is very direct, directly with the client, directly with the design team, as well as directly with the services engineers. During stage 4, one can argue we work in a bit more isolation. This is when the grafting takes place, where we translate the stage 4.2 drawings from our consultants into a bill of quantities, call for tenders, evaluate and recommend a contractor. And then in stage 5, what is important for me is a threefold direct line of communication, if such a thing does exist, where we firstly communicate directly with the contractor pertaining to monthly claims, valuations, and payment certificates. We communicate directly to the design team pertaining to change orders or variation orders. And then we also communicate directly to our clients, where we do cost reporting on any of the above mentioned costs. Towards the end of his career, Steve Jobs was asked, "What was the best product you ever created?" I thought he would have said the Macintosh computer or the iPhone. But his answer surprised me. He said, "To create the Macintosh and the iPhone was hard, but the best thing I've ever created was the team that created these products." And so I leave you with this thought. The true success of quantity surveying in Rwanda and any other country will not only lie in the laws, deliverables, and regulations. It will lie in the team that you built, how you communicate. It will lie in how you collaborate across disciplines, and in the standards of excellence you set for yourself and future generations. Thank you, and I wish you all a prosperous and principled journey ahead.
Thank you so much. Learning is always a continuous process, and as QSs, we have seen the development process of a project, what we do at every stage of the process, and eventually creating our dream into a reality. We thank you so much for the recap, and at least even when you enter in the project at any stage, you must be very conversant with all the stages that lead to the production or actualization of the client's dreams. At this moment, we shall have a break, and thereafter, we shall come and proceed with our program. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can take this time to go visit the exhibition, and then the coffee break is behind those walls, and then we have 20 minutes and we'll be back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the break. Please, if you get your cup of tea and an accompaniment, come. Ladies and gentlemen, it's right about time. Pick your cup of tea and an accompaniment. Mapei, Crown Paints. We have Nature Paints, NPD, Force Rock, there's Swift Coast. To the program, immediately we converge again, we shall have the signing of the memorandum of understanding to foster more working relationships between RICS, that is RICS, and RIQS. Then we shall have another memorandum of the Professional Institute of Quantity Surveyors and the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors. After that, we shall have our sponsor, Crown Paints. Crown Paints prepare to come and talk to us briefly. After Crown Paints, we shall have a communication from Frederick about the history and the journey of quantity surveying in Rwanda, who will invite Mr. Karemera of Ministry of Infrastructure to talk about policies and urbanization in Rwanda. After Frederick, we shall have sponsor number 2, that is Mapei. And thereafter, we shall have the Q&A session. And the following will be the panelists. The following delegates will be the panelists for the Q&A session. We shall have Mr. Van representing Agola Consulting. He will be a panelist. Then Frederick, the Vice President of the Institute, the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors. Another panelist will be Victor Odong, EXCO AAQS member and founder of Build Coast Associates in Uganda. Then the other panelist will be, as I said, Frederick Van, the founder of Agora Consulting Africa, a consultancy firm based in South Africa, Mauritius, and Eastern Europe. Members who are still taking breakfast from the other side, please come. We start again the next session. Shortly, we shall be having the signing of the Memorandum of Association or Understanding between PIQS, that is the Professional Institute of Quantity Surveyors in the Middle East, representing Saudi Arabia, Qatar, those countries in that area, together with Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors, to have a working relationship between our East Africa or Africa with the Middle East. Then we shall have also to sign MOU between RICS, that is the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, and the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors.
As my colleague just said, we're going to sign a memorandum between RICS and RIQS. We would like to, our chairman is there already. We want to call Mr. Boniface from RIC and the representative.
Go with the pen. Yes, as we are preparing to sign the Memorandum of Understanding, we would like to have Patrick Karemera, please go and represent the government in the signing.
If the signing is done, we would like to take a picture for this is a big milestone. Can we have a round of applause for what is happening right now? Thank you. After the picture, we're going to have another signing of between PIQS and Rwanda RIQS.
Thank you so much. Patrick, you may remain there. The memorandum is between PIQS, that is the Professional Institute of Quantity Surveyors, and the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors. As they are winding up with the signatures, the sponsor of Crown Paints, please prepare to come and market your products. Yes. After the signing, there will also be a photo official as a recognition of that milestone, which we shall always remember. A hand of applause to, we thank you so much for fostering relationships with us. Thank you so much. We recognize our sponsor of Crown Paints. Please come and talk to us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, the coffee didn't work. Can we go for another round of coffee? Right. I stand with all protocols observed. My name is Richard Muturi. I'm the Group Chief Operating Officer for Crown Paints, based out of Nairobi. And it's a great honor to be here. President of RIQS, we have a very, very long-standing as Crown partnerships with IQSK in Kenya, the Tanzania Institute of Quantity Surveyors, President is here, and we've really partnered very, very well. And a sincere congratulations to you and your team for this inaugural event. It's really a great success seeing the number of people here. And just to acknowledge that you guys have done a really good job. It's a pleasure to be in Rwanda. So very well done. So my job here really is to just go through with the team in regards to the subject of today. How do we sustain ourselves in the construction industry? And I'm going to try and bring that closer to how we do it in the paint industry. And before I kick off with that, then I'll just want to introduce our business and where we sit in Rwanda and give you a little bit about how we do our business in terms of how we make decisions and when we enter environments and economies like Rwanda has today. So, Crown Paints overview, just a few key highlights. I was being asked, are you in Rwanda? And Crown Paints is a company that has been around for the last 67 years. It's listed on the Nairobi Stock Exchange, and the company today operates in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. And more specifically to Rwanda, we are located at the free zone which is the economic free zone in Kazabo, and we've been there for the last 7 years. We have a production facility up there. We produce up to 130,000 liters of paint locally in Rwanda. And because of the specialization of some of the requirements from the customers, we have to import some paints, but we are really enhancing the capability and capacity of our manufacturing process today. And we've invested over $4.5 million in Rwanda so far, and we will continue on that. So the question is, why Rwanda? Why would we want to be here? And you see a few statistics of what's happening in the construction sector in the country today. Here we see investments amounting to 3.2 billion. A lot of that coming from tourism and technology, and then construction coming to play a big role. But most interestingly enough is how is it growing? And this is really the construction sector in Rwanda as it stands today. And the line indicates where we are in 2025. And you will see that 16% of the growth is coming from residential and 7% is coming from commercial. And these are numbers that are going to generate in this country over the next 4 years. So we are seeing significant growth here, and hence a big opportunity for both the professionals who are in the industry and us as suppliers in the industry as well. These are very encouraging numbers. I don't even think with our affordable housing projects in Kenya, whether we're even touching double-digit growth in residential, and that's just because of the scale to which we have to magnify our growth in the country. So some very encouraging numbers, and that's what's bringing us closer, bigger, better in Rwanda. Moving on. The clicker is not going. So the macros in the construction industry. We see a huge GDP growth of 6.6% this year in Rwanda, and that's a World Bank estimate. We also see economic growth and urbanization really increasing, like I mentioned in the previous slide. And here we are talking about $1.4 billion investments happening in the country this year alone, and the urban population is growing by about 4.5%. That's huge population growth for Kigali and many of the other cities that are happening in Rwanda now, and hence the opportunities that we are seeing in the country. We move on and we look at the public investment. Again, the strategic transformation document that the Rwandese government has done is very elaborate, and this takes us all the way up to 2050. And the government is very clear where they want to take the economy, and where they want to take the construction sector in the country as well. Very similar to what you have in Kenya's Vision 2030, the Rwanda document goes up to 2050. And I encourage any of the professionals and suppliers to just have a look at this document and to give you an idea of where this country is heading to. A lot of very positive work going on into it, and we are paying a lot of attention to Rwanda and what's going on around it. Inflation is still quite high, 5.1%. And we also see, because of a lot of importation of raw materials that are required, it's affected by the fluctuations of Forex in the country. And so that impacts how we price, how we source, how long it takes to source, and how we then ensure that we can build a sustainable model that works for the country going forward. And I think these are some of the things and opportunities that we see of some industries that might need to play a bigger role and part to be able to make materials more available. Under the access of finance and investment, again, very many positive things, and very recently we saw in the press that the government actually wants to be able to hedge Forex for suppliers who are importing up to a period of two years, and that's really encouraging to see that they are thinking about, especially for our industry, ourselves, and the products that we have to bring in. Moving on to labor and environment, this again, you see the government playing a lot of roles in terms of enhancing and expanding technical vocational institutions to be able to have the labor that is required to deliver in this country. And government support is very key, because the private sector can never ever initialize this on their own. So they are really doing all the right things and getting them to be able to build the capacity that is required in the country. So what are the strengths and weaknesses, very briefly? So we saw just now strong government support. We've seen rapid urbanization. We've seen political stability in the country, and it has been for many, many years. And affordable housing and green buildings is a big topic, and a big topic becoming in the construction and build environment discussions everywhere we go. And then partnerships with international developers. So international developers will automatically bring a standard, and international developers will not invest where they do not believe there is growth or capacity to grow. On the weakness side, again, as I highlighted on the materials, high cost of materials coming in, shortage of skilled labor being tried to be bridged with the vocational institutions, weak enforcement of building regulations. This is not a unique Rwanda problem. We see it across East Africa as well, where people are still not conforming because of commercial interests, because of business interests. We must really ensure that we have to build within the regulatories, within the authority guidelines that are supplied to us. Limited local capacity, we see that even in our business today. It takes a long time to find good technical expertise to develop, build, and continue to grow the capacity and capability that we need in the country. And then, of course, the high interest rates, which are now trying to be bridged with the resolutions and regulatories we are seeing coming from central bank. So this was a big project that I also paid attention to, and this is we have the Kigali Green City. It's massive. It's for a town this small, 600 hectares has been hived off to build this green city. And they're not just doing a city, they're actually calling it a green city. It's gonna generate its own natural energy. It's gonna be built with materials that are environmentally friendly. And so you can already see the direction that Rwanda is taking when it comes to sustainability, which is the topic today, and the kind of things that they're actually demonstrating and doing to show that capability is coming through. And the lessons learned is it's coming right from the top. There's political goodwill to drive this project the way it is coming across, and scaling green infrastructure. And I'll talk to some of the products that talk to this as we move along on this slide, on this presentation. So what does all this mean to a company like Crown? And we are in the paint manufacturing business, and you also have other suppliers supplying other materials as well. And what we see, the strengths are, of course, what we just saw there, from the strengths coming from the macros, the growing sector, government policies are in place, growth strategies are in place, and value for quality is coming through. And also, we have also companies like Crown Paints, which are in the market providing options. So we have an environment to actually grow and thrive in the country. That's basically what that slide's talking to. From a weakness perspective, is that dependency on raw materials. The limited research and development capability, we have to bring it from outside, or we have to be guided by businesses that we run outside to be able to enhance what we are doing in the country, because it's not really generating itself as we move along in the country here today. And then weak regulatory. When we talk about this green environment and making sure that we have a sustainable environment to run a green policy, we need a lot of work around that. From an opportunity perspective, we look at the growing demand for sustainability. We look at renovation and maintenance of the buildings is required, and training and capacity building programs. And there are also affordable housing programs that are happening in Rwanda today. So very, very important, and those are some of the opportunities that we are seeing as Crown Paints. From a threat perspective, cost will always be an issue, and especially when you talk to your customer and all they tell you is, bei, punguza bei, the price is too high. This dynamics of the raw materials, the forex, having to bring in capability, really impacts how you're able to price your materials in the market. And for us, we really try and move the conversation away from price to quality and warranties that we can offer, and also the sustainability from a green perspective. Moving away from oil and chemicals that are going into paints to more water-based paints, and those kind of research and development initiatives that we are taking over. So, what are the sustainable practices that we are currently doing? One, I think it's very important that we plan. Everything that we do, we've got to plan it well. And we're not just planning for now, we need to plan it for the long term. We also need to make sure that everything that we do, we try and harvest our natural resources. We have so much sun on this continent. We have so much potential to go solar. We have so much potential to harvest rainwater, and we are just not doing enough. And we need to start scaling up in terms of what we are doing. And these are the things that will actually bring those prices down. And then, of course, our pollution and wastewater. Very few places you go across Africa I have been where you actually see segregation of waste happening at consumer level. Everything gets picked up and somebody has to go and sort it out, whether they do or they don't. But we are really not deliberately driving a consumer isolation of waste agenda across the continent. So what this means, and we are very, very active on this front, our volatile organic compounds in the paints are very, very critical, and a big discussion happening today. As Crown, we have taken out a lot of these chemicals from the paints, and we are really driving a low VOC. You'll even see at our stand on the far end there what we mean when we talk about low volatile organic compounds in our products and what they do. We are also harnessing solar. Some of our plants in Kenya, we are really transitioning away from normal grid power to solar power. And that is also going not just from a production point of view, we are also taking it across the supply chain and the value chain that we run. Our manufacturing processes are all being run under solar. Our logistics, we have effluent treatment plants to treat our water and try and reuse as much of the water that is going through the process. And then, of course, a reduction in plastic and waste and paper waste, where we are recycling. In Kenya, we recycle 100% of our paper. We send it all to companies that produce cardboards and hardboards, and that's how we get back our paper value in terms of recycling, etc., from our point of Kenya. And then, of course, the handling equipment. We've moved away from traditional diesel vehicles. We've moved away from gas, and we are now going to electric. And that's not just within the warehouse. We are also our delivery vehicles and our bikes. We are also transitioning to electric. So this is how we sustain, and this is how we bring our costs down from that perspective. And these are initiatives that we are also going to drive in Rwanda as well. So in the market, this unit is called a dispensing unit. And it probably is one of the most powerful tools that we have in the painting industry today. The dispensing unit can produce up to 11,000 different shade colors. On site, on time, within half an hour, you get the color that you want. But there's more to it on this DU machine than just producing those 11,000 colors. You can imagine trying to do a 4-liter paint because customer Y asked for it, and you have to run a whole factory to produce 4 liters and send it to him. We are able to do that at a dealer shop using a DU machine. But however, what it's also telling us, because they're all connected online, it's telling us what the customers are preferring. Number one is what's the most popular color that's coming through. Number two, what's the most popular pack that is coming through as well. And we are able to reconfigure those and try and produce them in a larger scale in the factory to make it more cheaper than running it at a DU machine. And that's the kind of intelligence and information that we are getting from the DU machines. They reduce complexity in production 110%. And they give the customer exactly what they want in the exact same quantity within half an hour. So very, very powerful tool, and we continue to extract the data and the information coming out of that as well. We have these DUs in Rwanda as well, and we're expanding the DU machines across the business, across the country today. Then we've got our ISO certification, which is basically the big pillar of sustainability. We've got about 12 ISO certificates that run the business, which means that we are conforming to standard. It means that we are practicing in the right way. It means that our people are trained in the right manner. And it means that the product itself has the best quality that you can get. Not a lot of paint companies can boast this at all. The next biggest issue, which I just talked about on low volatility, is low volatile organic compounds. Just for layman's language, what am I saying when I say this? Your traditional paints, when somebody comes to paint, you probably have to leave the room for 2-3 days to allow that smell to disappear from the environment. Those are the chemicals that we are taking out of our paint products today. And when we say low volatile organic compounds, you can actually get certification of your products being low VOC by international companies that do that certification. And what that means in a nutshell is that anything that has 50 grams or more of those compounds we are talking about, then your product has high levels of VOC and does not conform to low VOC certification. To attain low VOC, your product has to have less than 50 grams per liter. And you get a certificate that indicates the grammage that they found in the formulation that you're using to generate that paint. In this particular one, our vinyl mat has a score of 9 grams per liter. To have a certificate that says no VOC or 0 VOC, you have to bring that down to less than 5 grams per liter. So you're moving away from 50 to below 50 to below 5. And that's the journey that a lot of the paint companies need to make to be able to say that they can give you sustainable, environmentally friendly paints. We have a lot of our interior products conforming with low VOC certification, and always insist when you're dealing, especially with the affordable housing projects that we have, to insist on low VOC products because of what they do to the environment and to the consumers who are then living in these environments. So, in terms of products, we have had to sit down with the Ministry of Housing and the National Housing Corporation to come up with a low-cost, affordable housing product. This is available across the region, and we have 2 interior paints, emulsion paints, and 1 exterior paint specifically for affordable housing. Why do we say that? Number one, affordable housing is exactly what it is. It's a very cost-conscious initiative, and it's looking for what's the best price I can get for the best quality that I can get for the longest lasting period that I can get for my product. And so we are not talking about the product, we're talking about a solution. And these paints are, first we have to reformulate completely for affordable housing, make sure that they are sustainable in how they live on the wall. Basically, they are washable, and they have a good shelf life, above 7 years, in terms of you don't have to repaint again for a period of 7 years. And those are the kind of qualifications and the kind of capability that a company like Crown Paints has when it comes to really specializing in what our customers need. These paints have been specified in all affordable housing projects in Kenya, and we're going to be having the conversation on affordable housing projects in Rwanda as well to understand what's the solution that you're looking for when you're dealing around painting your affordable housing projects. Secondly, it's AquaGlow. This is transformational, and a lot of people still claim that they still do it, but do they really do it properly? This is moving away from those chemicals we're talking about and having water-based paints. That's where the aqua comes from, it's water-based. And this goes far and beyond from just traditional structural painting. We are even developing water-based road marking paints as well. And we've gone a far spectrum. We are even doing water-based epoxy paints for floors, for flooring in hospitals, etc. So it's a big R&D initiative, and we are slowly developing very clear water-based paints for our consumers. Then finally, we have Rain Protect. I was talking to some of the professionals here around it, and Rain Protect is really around exterior painting to protect you from the wetness of the rains. And we see very, very bad finishes on buildings on top because they get beaten by the rain every rainy season. They start wearing down, whatever you had put on fades away. And Rain Protect is really there to try and give and make sure that your finish remains in good quality, good order for a period of 10 years. And the warranty is there, and it is a low VOC water-based product. And then finally, we also have Damp Protect. This is for interior and can also be used on exterior as well. And Damp Protect basically is for anywhere where you have dampness, humidity, weather changes that creates all that. You just need to scrape off that surface, put a base and put a top coat of Damp Protect, and this protects that dampness from coming through. And again, for a period of 7 years on the building. And you can see what then Damp Protect does. These are the kind of surfaces that we're talking about that it brings back to life. And these are some of the things that we are doing today as Crown Paints. We have a ton of products from exterior, interior, road markings. We are the only ones who do road markings in Kenya. We do airplanes. We also have an auto division that does vehicles, and we really do a wide range of paint products across the business. Again, Dam Protect is low VOC. And in Kenya, we say, if you like it, crown it. No, not enough energy. If you like it, I'm not going to leave until we all say it. If you like it, you really want me to leave that badly? Yeah, if you like it, crown it. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate for your time. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was really a nice one. For the next session, we're going to have the Vice Chairman of Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveying, Mr. Frederick, taking us through the history of quantity surveying in Rwanda. Thank you, Mr. Frederick.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think as my what is happening down there? I think our coffee is still there, so people should go there and we keep interacting. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to take you through the history of our profession. Those who are parents, I believe that when you see your kid growing, you wonder what happened maybe in the past 2-3 years. So some of you guys who are not there, you may wonder how the professional of quantity surveying is now growing. So I'm going to talk about briefly on the journey of the quantity surveying profession in Rwanda. It is to appreciate the effort of each and everyone. Really, without your contribution, we couldn't be here, to be honest. It was a challenging journey, and I would request each and everyone, at least, to allow me to clap for each and everyone who contributed. The quantity surveying profession, it started through academic introduction of the quantity surveying program at the University of Rwanda. Initially, it was the former Kigali Institute of Science and Technology, KIST. It was 2010, and I was part of the first batch of this profession. So it was a confusion for many of us. We are not even understanding what is a quantity surveying. We are just aware of engineering and architecture. So the confusion starts from ourselves and from one of our lecturers who used to say, you are not an engineer, you are not a QS, you are not an architect, we don't even know who you are. But we stood and say, okay, let's keep trying to explore what is a QS is. Now, just 1 year after having a year at a university, we started a student association known as Rwanda Student Quantity Surveying Student Association. This body was formed just to try to find a way to get information. And we are lucky through this student association that we had to engage our senior, including our chairman. Mr. Chairman, we owe you a lot. Thank you very much. I remember he was the managing director of Rio Contractors. We used to go there as students, and we used to stress him that you are the elder, you are the one who understands the QS, come and help us to even mobilize other students to love their profession. Thank you very much, Chair. Then, from students, we had to be joining the Rwanda Institute of Architects. It was 2015. So without being recognized, these were just like people who accepted to recognize us. So one of our seniors, just the first 5 people, joined in 2015, and they have been registered as professional quantity surveyors. Registered by who? By architects. They are just authorizing them to practice as quantity surveyors. But I've said it's okay. As long as you are now accepting these people to practice as a quantity surveyor, at least the industry will start recognizing them. Allow me to take this opportunity really to recognize the effort of QS Mumu Wamarwa. He did a lot. And QS Didas, QS Oroma, those are the first quantity surveyors really who tried to push us and say, okay, there's a time even we went to request a change of the program to construction management, because we are thinking construction management, if you have a degree in construction management, people will understand what you are doing. But QS Mumu's students say, you guys, you don't understand the QS. So we really appreciate his support to this profession. Now, from architects in 2023, in July, this is where we started our institution. Those who are there in July, thank you very much for your support. But before arriving here, so everyone would understand or would ask himself, how comes you were under architects and now you are Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors? So it was not easy, but through the advocacy of AAQS, we are in existence now. I remember in 2022, I attended a meeting, online meeting, the AAQS meeting, and then I brought a request. The past president, Onashila, he said the next meeting will happen in Rwanda. And from that meeting of March 2022, this is where the idea of having an independent professional QS started from. They said, we are going to support you until the leadership, the government understand the need. Thank you very much for the leadership of AAQS for establishing our institution. So there's a saying that when a bird wants to expand, to go far, you just have to expand the wing. And this means that if you want to grow as a young institution, we had to find a way to partner with other people. The first partnership came from the AAQS with that support. Without them, we could not be here. Then in East Africa, we really appreciate the support, particularly the institutions, quantity surveyors, Tanzania, the Kenya. So we owe you so much. Because we have been, I remember those who we contacted to get the bills, applicable bills, because we were wondering how the QS is regulated. So whoever we contacted, just to give us an idea how we have been operating for the last 50 years. So thank you very much, because for us, we were just wondering where we are going, where we are. It was still a marriage at that time. But you can see that now where we are, really it's promising. The future is good for the QS. So far, we have 157 registered professional quantity surveyors in Rwanda, Zaroko. But if you count the graduates from here in Rwanda, they are around 1,000. They are around 1,000 if we include the graduate of this year. So far, we have signed a memorandum of understanding with different organizations, including the public. Starting from the University of Rwanda, we have a good cooperation with the University of Rwanda, College of Science and Technology mainly. We have an MOU with the Rwanda Housing Authority. This is where we are getting full support through this memorandum of understanding. We also, as you saw, that we are now getting a collaboration with international organizations like RICS. And through this collaboration, there have been a visit to the university, even in terms of accreditation of the QS program. So we expect a lot of change in the industry through this partnership. We take this opportunity to appreciate the support from different international organizations, our neighboring QS professional body. Thank you very much for your continued support. And without you, we could not reach very far. So we also continue to expand our partnership, especially in academia. So far, we are in the process of bringing the Rwanda Polytechnic, RP, because they are producing the quantity surveyors with a degree, Bachelor of Technology in Quantity Surveying, so we cannot leave them out until they understand the QS. As you know, the QS program is under engineering. If you go there, you find they understand civil engineering more than the product they are producing in quantity surveying. So through this partnership is where the industry and academia, they will be understanding. Thank you very much. I would say that Mr. Matthew, I really personally owe you a lot, because this is a person I kept stressing to come for Rwanda. And now you can see that now we can smile. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your support. Together we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick, the Vice President. Right about now, we shall request Mr. Karemera from Ministry of Infrastructure to come and tell us about the recent urbanization and the policies that govern the construction industry in Rwanda. You're welcome, Karemera.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and future shapers of Rwanda's built environment. Good afternoon. Today, I want to talk about something fundamental to our nation's ambitious growth trajectory, the quantity surveying profession and how it is profoundly shaped by Rwanda's visionary national policies. Our work, often behind the scenes, is crucial in ensuring that every brick laid, every road constructed, and every urban space developed is economically viable, efficient, and aligns with our national aspirations. Rwanda is a nation on a rapid path of transformation, committed to sustainable urbanization, economic prosperity, and enhanced citizen welfare. This commitment is enshrined in a series of strategic national documents that provide the framework for our development. The quantity surveying profession, understanding these policies is not just about compliance. It's about identifying opportunities, anticipating challenges, and strategically positioning ourselves to be indispensable partners in this journey. The 2025 National Urbanization Policy, Shaping Our Future Cities, is a cornerstone for Rwanda's future. Its very existence signals an escalated focus on planned, sustainable, and resilient urban growth. This policy is expected to drive demand for quantity surveying services. A national urbanization policy will inevitably lead to increased investment in urban infrastructure like housing, commercial spaces, public amenities, transport networks, and smart city initiatives. This translates directly into a higher volume of projects requiring meticulous cost management, feasibility studies, procurement advice from quantity surveyors. The National Urbanization Policy emphasizes sustainable and green building. Modern urbanization policies usually increase integrity, principles of environmental sustainability. This means we, as quantity surveyors, we will need to be proficient in costing green building materials, energy-efficient designs, and sustainable construction methodologies, including life cycle costing and carbon footprint analysis. The National Urbanization Policy also promotes affordable housing. A significant aspect of the urbanization often involves ensuring access to affordable housing. Quantity surveyors will be at the forefront of optimizing costs to deliver quality yet affordable housing solutions requiring innovative approaches to value engineering and material selection. Our role here is to be the guardians of value, ensuring that urban development not only is aesthetically pleasing and functional, but also financially prudent and sustainable in the long run. I will end here by saying that the country really looks forward to what our young QSs are going to deliver in making sure that the country reaches its targets through this national urbanization policy. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Karemera. We appreciate the government commitment and the current urbanization trends that have happened in Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have some communication from the sponsor called MAPEI. Please come and talk to us. MAPEI.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I do look short, and I am short, not look short, but I'm sure the striking color of my shirt, you'll be able to see me. And that's why I prefer mic to roam around so everyone can see me. But anyways, I'll try to make as much of an impact as possible. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. We, as MAPEI, are very, very glad and very happy and excited to see and be part of such a big network. Since morning, we've been hearing about how you all have grown over the years. And for us, being new also in this market, we appreciate to have been invited here and to have sponsored with the team. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate it. So I'm going to make this as exciting as possible and try to talk less, let the pictures talk more. Let's see if we can do this. So my name is Pooja, and I work with MAPEI East Africa. I'm the Business Development and Specifications Manager for the region. I'm sure everyone in the quantity surveyor industry knows what specifications is. It's the key thing in a bills of quantity. And that's why quantity surveyors are everything for me. And it's so important that I'm their best friend. So you can see this plant here on my first slide. This just tells you how critical for us it is to be sustainable as a company. All our products are sustainable and environmentally friendly. So we have all certifications for all our products. We have gone to another level of being zero friendly, which means we have products called the Zero Line product line, which says that we have the minimum carbon in our products. I'll show you more as we go along. Is this working? It's actually a video, you can just play, yeah. Okay, I'm not sure if there's any sound. If possible, if you can get me some sound. It's just a video, it's a corporate video of what MAPEI is. And because there's no sound, so I'm just going to talk along with the video. MAPEI is a worldwide known company. We are 87 years old around the world, and we spread all the way from the continent of the US, all the way to Russia, China, India, Africa,
to construct, you need a dream, a project, talented people, an idea, and quality materials. Since 1937, MAPEI has been bringing innovation to the world of construction, taking on board the needs of professionals and users and giving them answers. Most people call them products. We call them solutions. Whether for large-scale infrastructures, skyscrapers, or homes, our commitment is always the same. For MAPEI, innovation and evolution are a credo. Research and development is at the heart of our company. A strategy that has led to MAPEI branching out from Italy to become a global reality present on sites all around the world. To overcome the challenges of sustainable building together, MAPEI develops highly durable systems that respect the environment to reduce CO2 emissions along their entire life cycle. Teamwork that extends to the communities around us, promoting the local territory, sport, and culture. We are on the side of those who strive to construct today, while thinking about future generations, and of those who wish to preserve the constructions of yesterday, and even much earlier than yesterday. MAPEI is out there in the field on every site, working with designers, installers, architects, construction workers, and companies. MAPEI is always a partner you can rely on, whatever challenge you are facing. MAPEI, building a present designed to have a future.
So that will give you a small idea of who we are in a very large context. Maybe you can change the slide because this thing is not working. Okay, quickly through the numbers, we are a 4.2 billion euro turnover company. We have close to 96 locations where we are present all around the world and 36 research centers. And why? Because for us, quality matters. Whatever we produce in Africa, in China, in India, in Italy, which is our head office, everything remains of the same quality, and that's why the research centers matter to us. We have close to 8,000 products. These 8,000 products are identified under 24 product lines. Now, I do not expect everyone to know all my products. I don't know them either, but that's my job. It's to assist quantity surveyors, architects, structural engineers to identify the correct product for their project and with the correct budget, because I'm sitting with quantity surveyors today, so the budget matters. Go to the next slide. Right, when we said that we are green, we actually can, all our products can get certified for any LEED project, BREEAM project, Cal Green. I mean, there's so many certifications nowadays for green projects, and all our products are certified for these projects. Can go to the next slide. All right, so these are environment product declaration forms. These are forms that we have for all our products. What do we mean by that? Like when you go to a supermarket and at the back of every product you see the ingredient in each product that's there, that's exactly what this form will do. It'll tell you exactly which ingredient is there in our product. This is just to show how we buy carbon credits. When we offset carbon in our products, we actually buy the carbon credits by investing back into the environment. So these are just two projects, one of the many that we have done in the world to buy the carbon credits. Starting with our first product line, which is the admixtures line, this will give you a whole list of the different types of admixtures that we have within the portfolio. So I'm not going to run through them, just an idea. We have accelerators, retarders, plasticizers, super plasticizers, and so forth. Carbon fibers, very new, very, very new in the market. Kenya has now just started getting used to it. So we have the structural fibers and the non-structural fibers. Structural fibers are very good to replace the steel that you use in the structure. It is less expensive by at least 15%. It is easily transportable, which means it reduces the cost of your transport, as well as it is not labor intensive, just like steel. And it works. We've done multiple projects around the world, and we have multiple references. Then we have the non-structural fibers, which is for making sure there are no cracks in your concrete. Warehouses, big factories use a lot of non-structural fiber. Going to the waterproofing line, we have the underground waterproofing and the above ground waterproofing. Underground waterproofing, this is a product called MAPE-Proof ALAP. It is a fully bonded HDPE system. And I know the market is very used to specifying SBS membranes, APP membranes, and the foundation slabs on the retaining walls. And we know that these membranes fail at some point. Why? Because they're not fully bonded. They get bonded onto the blinding, not onto the concrete which is poured. So when you use the HDPE fully bonded system, it actually bonds onto the concrete when it is poured. Now, when you have a structural movement and the concrete moves, the membrane does not crack. So you can see in this picture, the loose laid waterproofing, which is your SPS membrane or your APP, is the one that will have lateral migration. So supposing it does crack, it will have lateral migration all over. But the fully bonded system will never. Even if there is a crack, it's very difficult to make a puncture in a fully bonded system. And if there is, there's no way it's going to have a lateral migration. And it's very easy to fix because it's only cracked at a certain point. The system is very easy. It actually supports up to 7 bars and goes all the way up to the retaining wall. It is very, very easy application. If you come to my stall, I can show you how it's applied. Green roofs, something I see a lot in Kigali, green. There's so much greenery, it's amazing. I wish Kenya was like this in terms of building. But, so green roofs, this is the new concept. And Italians are masters in green roofs. All their roofs are green in Italy. So we have a product, we have various products actually. We have the bituminous membranes, we have the FPO, TPO membranes, and most importantly, we have the polyurea. Polyurea is actually, as a product, a 50-year warranty product. It cannot fail. And this product, this is the picture you see on the right, is actually the Dongakundu Bridge in Mombasa. It's a new bridge. Now, polyurethane on metal, however you want it, on whatever substrate you want. There is hot applied polyurea, there is cold applied polyurea. It depends on what you're looking at. This is, if you have to do as quantity surveyors, a really quick maths, it's simple. When you're doing your APP on the roof or you're doing a cementitious waterproofing, you have to protect it. That means you need to do a protection screed, you need to do your adhesives and your tiles. If you take up the whole cost of the whole system, it is equal to, the per square meter cost is equal to this. Now, you might say, oh, your product's very expensive, but my product doesn't require any kind of protection. It doesn't require any kind of tiling or screed on top, and you can go ahead and plant directly on top. You can just soil it, plant it, you're done. Whereas with a normal APP and a cementitious, you can't. You need a drain kit after that. So that's the advantage of this. Flooring systems. We have epoxy flooring, we have epoxy coatings, we have we have decorative flooring. To start with, we have self-leveling compounds. Ultraplan Contract is actually a self-leveling compound. We face so many challenges where we go to sites and the floor is not leveled. And you need to have a leveled floor to do any flooring because your finish coat will not be leveled if your floor is not leveled. And that's where we use Ultraplan Contract. Planicrete SP is a bonding agent that you use. This is the self-leveling. We have two products here, one that goes up to 3 mm, one that goes all the way from 3 mm to 12 mm, depending on the requirements. The 3 mm to 12 mm are factories, cold storages, production factories, chemical factories, pharmaceuticals. And that's why we always tell quantity surveyors and architects to check with us on the specs. I have seen specs where they have recommended an epoxy flooring of 4 mm or 6 mm. It's not required. It's really not required. I can do an aircraft hangar in 4 mm and you will be fine. You do not need such a high spec. But if I see a BQ, it will say 6 mm and the cost goes up. Yeah, so that's when we recommend that always come back to us to check on the technical specs. This is our decorative finishes for hospitals, malls, airport terminal buildings. These are jointless floors, and they give you a finish. So this is just a natural finish look. This is a polished finish look, mainly in malls. This is the loft finish. Anyone coming to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Kenya anytime soon, on the way going, you'll see some work happening in the terminal buildings, on the floors. That's one of these finishes that we're doing. Again, this is the heavy-duty epoxy flooring that I've already discussed. These are polyurethane coating. These go up all the way to 12 mm. Like I said, up to 3 mm, 3 to 12 mm is this concrete polyurethane coatings. And then we have the tile adhesives. Again, very, very competitive market. We focus on high-end tiles, large format tiles, epoxy grouts, sealants, swimming pools, floors. We have a whole range in the ceramic product line. All our adhesives are compliant with C2TES1 certification. Again, the grouts, the sealants, the epoxy grouts. This is the resilient line, vinyl flooring adhesive, wooden flooring adhesive, carpet adhesive, you name it, we have it. Adhesives for artificial grass, for football stadiums, we have those adhesives. This is our building line, which is very critical. Everyone has concrete repair. And if we don't get the concrete repair correct, that building's going to leak. So we have repair grouts, repairs for honeycombs, repairs for cracks, different types of cracks. We have injection for cracks. One of my favorite lines, it's called the sports flooring line. This is just one of the products in the sports flooring line. Mapei is very, very big on the sports floors, in the sports systems. We have our own football stadium in Milan, which is actually a FIFA stadium, and we actually have our own football team as well that plays there. And I'm very, very happy to announce that Mapei is one of the biggest sponsors of the UCI Cycling Championships happening here in Rwanda in September. So we're going to be here in Rwanda again in September for the championships. And Rwanda, you always have our support. I just want to show you a quick video. This is a product called TNS Extreme. If you see the gray staircase, that staircase is actually in the sea. So this product is actually resilient to seawater, to salt, to humidity. And it's not expensive. And it can go not only here, you can use it in various places. The cycling championships, actually a lot of all of that is going to be done by Mapei in Rwanda City very soon. You'll be seeing a lot of Mapei advertisements all over Rwanda City. Kigali, and you can do them in the stadiums. We are actually doing all the AFCON stadiums in East Africa for 2027 with this product. So a lot of people watching the AFCON or whoever want free tickets to the AFCON, come and talk to me. You can also do this in basketball courts, tennis courts. So that's called the Stadium Tribune, but we've done the Kasarani Stadium in the same way. So the Kasarani Stadium looks the same in Kenya. You can do this outside the swimming pool area. It's completely child-friendly, easily cleanable, non-slip, environmental friendly, scratch-free. You can do it on roads, parking. It's very, very good for parking systems. And you can get it in different colors, you can do different designs. And finally, we have an app called the MAPE app. It's there for all Android and Apple users. If you download it, put in a problem, it will list the different products that you can use. After that, you will get even more confused, trust me. Call me and I will tell you which is the right product to use. Okay? In MAPE, as I said, no, I didn't say that actually, but someone earlier spoke about Steve Jobs and teamwork right in the beginning. At MAPE, we believe in solutions. We're not here to sell a product. We're here to give a solution. Come to us, we will send our technical team to your site to give you a technical solution. Whether you buy MAPE or not, it doesn't matter. We're here to give you a solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, MAPE, our sponsor. For the next session, we're going to have a panel discussion around the involving of quantity surveying in construction industry. I'm going to call out the moderator, and then we start the session. Please, Mr. Isheja. This is going to be a discussion. If you have a question, if you have something to say, please let us know. We will bring you a mic and then you will contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I would start by calling the panelist, Mr. Victor Odongo. He is an executive committee member of the AAQS and founder of Build Coast Associates in Uganda. We also have Mr. Frederick Van Niekerk. I hope I pronounced that right. The founder of Agora Consulting Africa. I think he probably stepped out. Huh? Oh, right. Thank you. We also have Mr. Frederick Nyaminani, the Vice Chair of Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyors. And lastly, but not least, Mr. Patrick Karemera is an M&E specialist at the Ministry of Infrastructure. Thank you. This is a panelist discussion. I'll start with my own questions, and then we can hand over to the audience to also issue some questions. I'll start with Mr. Odongo. With your experience in both professional leadership and practice across East Africa, how can the AAQS foster standardization and mobility of the QS profession across the region and Africa in general?
Thank you very much. I think you've got to go back to what the AAQS set out to do. Like past President Segun said, the AAQS set out to improve the quantity surveying practice on the continent. That entails a couple of things. One, an attempt to standardize the training of quantity surveying students. The second one would be the post-qualification training. And as you might have heard, to that end, the AAQS has already formed an AAQS school. Yesterday, we did award some students, and I think later on you'll hear about more students who are taking the course at the AAQS school, including some from Rwanda who have qualified and will be presented with certificates. What the school aims to do is to try and put quantity surveyors across the continent on the same level of post-qualification, pre-registration training. Because we find that one of the challenges most people will face is the transition from being a student to a quantity surveyor. There are a number of bodies doing it. All professional bodies do it. Regulatory bodies in every country do it. But everybody has been working in their own silo. And as you can see, the member institutions of AAQS across the continent are here. Part of it is to learn and to share knowledge. We are quite happy to have heard how it's done in South Africa. I'm sure if you asked the delegates here, they'll be able to show you how it's done in their respective countries. So AAQS has membership from the national associations across the continent. So our interaction is with the national associations. And a case in point is Rwanda, where AAQS has actively participated in creating a national association, and I believe a regulatory body is in the offing once the legal documents are in place. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My next question is for Mr. Frederick. You've operated in diverse markets across Africa and Eastern Europe. How do you see African quantity surveying practices evolving to meet international markets, like across Eastern Europe, Middle East, and the like?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think from a South African standpoint, and secondly from a Agora standpoint, and it's always been our philosophy in working cross-border, and especially to the likes of Europe and the Middle East, is there's a fundamental principle that one needs to understand in working cross-border, and that is specifically that there's a local business culture. And not even a local business culture, a local culture in the sense of language and ethnics. And when you work cross-border, we believe in rather empowering the local partners instead of pushing our ways of working from South Africa onto the local partners or our counterparts. We believe in collaboration with local quantity surveying companies in those countries for a very specific reason. They have local knowledge, local relationships, they understand the local markets. They facilitate in a very specific and fundamental phase of the quantity surveying services, where the advice I would give in terms of working cross-border in the sense of Europe is they are very much also, we work more specifically towards Eastern Europe. And they also have the same struggles that the Quantity Surveying Institute of Rwanda has. And it's that recognition of the quantity surveyor. So we had to adapt to the local way of doing things in order to operate there. It's very different in the Middle East. They recognize quantity surveying to the exact value that the quantity surveyors bring. So I think ultimately you have to respect the local culture. Collaboration with local partners are vital. There's a number of conditions or variables that makes it a challenge to work in cross-border countries. So I think ultimately you have to have the mindset of empowerment rather than takeover. I hope that answers.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Frederick Nyaminani, our institute is very young, and my question would be, what are the institute's priorities in elevating the role of quantity surveyors in Rwanda's national development agenda?
Thank you very much. If you look at the current situation in the room, that can respond to the question. I think it's promising. So what we are focusing on first is membership, and people should love their profession and come. Once we are together, once we are all have the same understanding, we shall set standards, we shall set measures that will support, that will help the profession to grow. So the priority first is our members as the institution. So the contribution of the institute to the government, particularly, or to the infrastructure sector, is that we have been operating in a hidden way as quantity surveyors. Or the standard that we are using, they are not much applicable because of the regulations which are not yet set. But as the institute, our contribution is to make sure that the practice is done at the standard level. That's why we are partnering with regional and international professional body to make sure that our local practice is standardized. But also, once our members are practicing professionally, I believe the government will have a lot of saving, particularly in terms of the budgeting. Eventually, the government is the client who need quantity surveyors, as they are much in the planning, as they are concerned with cost and the contract management, so that the project will be delivered. We have been facing a lot of issues whereby projects are delaying, we have cost overruns because even the planning was not efficiently done. So we believe that once the practice is now standardized and our people are much involved in the project execution, there is a lot of saving to the government, to the clients. That's what we believe as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. My next question is for Mr. Patrick. From the ministry level and from a policy and implementation perspective, what gaps do you observe in how cost estimation, contract management are integrated into the public infrastructure projects?
Thank you for that question. There are a lot of gaps, but what we have observed is that certain projects, I would say that the biggest challenge is in planning. Usually, because I think we still have a young profession, a young institute, and the quantity, surveying profession is still like relatively unknown, and there has been always these other institutions which have been actually, I would say, taking the jobs of quantity surveyors. Like in previous years, the role of costing was done by civil engineers. So some of the projects that have been implemented in the past have been costed by civil engineers. And of course, because it's not their profession, there's always gaps in costing, which leads to project cost overruns, poor planning, and the like. So this is a very good thing that the quantity surveying profession is being put on the map. And actually, we have started, on the side of the government, we have started mandating that all government projects have quantity surveyors on board. So right now, it's slowly being resolved. And as the quantity surveying profession keeps on getting on the map and also getting more and more recognized, it will help also inform in some of the decisions that are, being taken in regards to construction projects that are being implemented by the government.
All right. Thank you. Those were my questions. Now I'll open the floor to the audience. Mr. MC, you'll help me distribute the mic. If you have a question, state the panel member you would like to address the question to, or you can even ask a generic question where any of the panel members can respond. Thank you. We start by the lady.
So my question goes to Frederick. You mentioned collaborations, and I think this is within the scope of the QS profession. I don't know if you can talk about that collaboration more, because I come from Kenya, and I'm an engineer myself, but I work with quantity surveyors, and the collaboration does not mean QS to QS. It means QS to another profession. And I think that's very exciting that you mentioned that. So please expound how you collaborate between QS and another QS and how that can be beneficial to us. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think it's quite a valid question, and we do get this types of questions on a regular basis. And I think the first part of my answer would be that it's very much company dependent and their philosophy on how they would prefer to do work cross-border. If you are a quantity surveyor, your number one priority is accuracy, forecastability and accuracy. When we partner with international quantity surveying companies, or let's call it local quantity surveying companies in other countries, we value their knowledge on local markets, on the local rates, local relationships with contractors on the procurement side. So to elaborate more on my statement earlier is that we've got certain technology that we can bring to the table from an international standpoint, to the likes of building information management platforms, 3D modeling. I think quantity surveying do have a number of software that you programs that we can implement, and that's where the skills transfer comes in. But in working with local quantity surveyors, we value that because of that, call it construction phase, and even assisting us on the budget planning phase. Our forecast ability is only as good as the local data that we get, the local recent data that we get. And that we have to recognize. Even yourselves, if local Rwandan quantity surveying companies are looking in doing work cross-border, they have to recognize that local knowledge. And I think that's what maybe, perhaps in terms of your question, differentiates us from other quantity surveying companies in the sense of our perspective and what we value from local partners. And we stand by that. That's the only way we can do accurate quantity surveying cross-border. There's no other way. And the only other way, the second empowering aspect from the local standpoint, is that we value the councils that govern quantity surveying. And you have to align with their requirements as an international partner. And 99.9%, that's a prerequisite for an international partner to partner with a local company. We had a similar discussion earlier this morning on that aspect. And I think if you do look into doing work cross-border, that would be the starting point, is understanding that local council, understanding who are you partnering with. Lastly, for us, it's quite important to also partner with a local quantity surveying company that aligns with our ethos, in line with our council, and also in line with good practices. We have a certain way of conducting business, not only in South Africa, but also cross-border. And I think it's important to value, or not to value, but to choose or identify the right company that shares your value system. And yeah, I hope it answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Frederick. We turn to this side.
I think there's a question here.
Okay.
All right, so I want to ask, what are some of the key challenges associated with transitioning from consumable fuels to electricity as a strategy for promoting sustainability and green energy systems, the case of Rwanda?
You speak louder, please.
So I want to find out some of the key challenges associated with transitioning from consumable fuels to electricity as a strategy of promoting sustainability and green energy systems, especially with the case of Rwanda.
Okay. Who can take the question?
Thank you for your question. In the National Urbanization Policy, the 2025 version, the government is moving towards green energies and alternative cooking technologies. So the biggest challenge, of course, is it's always, to make that transition, there's always like a cost implication. How do you get the local population, I would say the lower income class, which is the majority of the country, how do you get them, how do you transition them to using more efficient and green energies, instead of relying, for example, if we take consumables in terms of clean cooking technologies, how do we transition the local population into sustainable green alternative cooking energies? So the biggest challenge we have, there is a cost implication. For example, right now we're piloting projects where we're using some less, I would say, more eco-friendly cooking alternatives. Instead of using firewood, we're rolling out, I would say, cooking stoves that use sustainable fuels like pellets, and these alternatives all are very expensive. So I would say that that's the biggest challenge, but the government is working on certain policy strategies to implementing these projects. And these projects are well funded, and we're currently working on the implementation plan on how to get these clean cooking stoves to the masses. So that is actually what we're currently working on. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you. We turn to this side. A question from the gentleman.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Samuel Bayo from Uganda. I started by attending the AAQS ESCO yesterday, and I've been very attentively listening to the presentations, which have all been great. Mine is a question and also a comment. One of the things which I have clearly heard from many of the speakers is that as QSs, how should we strategically identify opportunities on how we can become relevant? And it has been repeatedly said by many of the speakers, the QS practice and profession has somehow been the little brother, so to say, if I could use this word, over the years. But the other question to me would be, strategically, how can we identify challenges also, from which we may also become relevant? And maybe this is a question to AAQS, to the AAQS members here. Some of the speakers have said, for example, a role like project management is now a role which is at the forefront, yeah? And I don't think QSs will say that we can lay full claim to it as a birthright, quote unquote. We also have procurement which has come. Some work which was traditionally being done by QSs is also now globally recognized as work for procurement people. QSs probably also have the knowledge which would make them fit in that area. We have areas of construction claims, we have areas of contract management, we also have areas of budgeting which have come. And these are real challenges which I think the world over the QS is facing. Coupled with that, we also have contracting arrangements or contracting methods which are coming into play these days. The design, bid, build traditional method, where you have the architect, QS selected, are also, especially from the country where I come from, Uganda, I'll speak for Uganda, and maybe other jurisdictions also have the same. We have arrangements like design and build coming. We have EPC contracts coming, EPCF contracts coming, whereby even the mention of a QS may not feature anywhere. So these are some of the challenges, and I think we need to think about them and be alive to them. The other one also coupled with that is we are alive to the fact that we are in the information age now. I believe all of you have come across people who say, for example, are not designers. Somebody did IT in school, but is actually a very good interior designer. Whether there's illegality about that, or that's another question. But these days, people can actually perform work which they have never gone into a classroom or looked at a class board or to get knowledge in that area. I only say the good thing with QS, it needs a bit of analytical thinking. I think it may take a bit of time for the machine to replace some of the analytical thinking that the work we do. But there will be a day in the not so distant future where that will also come. So I think we need to be alive to these realities of the areas that we are practicing, and also critically look at these challenges and how do we prepare for them. That's a comment and a question which I think we all need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was more of a comment, but maybe a question, a general question to AAQS members. Maybe if, Mr. Odongo, if you have something to say about it, and then we can roll off the next question.
Okay. Artificial intelligence, I think there's a paper being presented later on, so I don't want to go into it, but it's here with us. It's very real, and you can decide if you think it's a friend or an enemy. And that might define who you become or what your fate becomes. Just a couple of things, and in previous events elsewhere, we've had presentations on diversification of the QS practice. A QS is one of the most versatile people. You do theory of structures, you study law, you study economics, you study construction drawing, isn't it? So you are jumping from one faculty to another faculty. By the time you come up as a QS, you are quite versatile. There are great opportunities out there. You can transition into project management. You can transition into dispute resolution. You can transition into financial advisory services. The financial institutions that lend out money will always need services of a quantity surveyor, all right? So you can transition into even a procurement specialist. So there are opportunities out there, and whoever still thinks that the role of a quantity surveyor is restricted to estimating and bills of quantities is way behind reality. So for the younger people, quantity surveying is very rich. Do not feel threatened. There's so many opportunities out there. Once you get your primary qualification, diversify. Become a better quantity surveyor. Become a specialist in other areas related to construction. The other thing I would want to say is, whereas it's not probably what we should be focusing on today, but it is there. Rwanda had a problem of quantity surveyors not being hired directly. I think it is still there, isn't it? Basically, most countries in Africa have adopted the thing of consortia. They want one consultant with everybody in there. It comes with its challenges, and you've got to be very smart how you go about it. But that is the reality in very many African countries now. We are going, design and build is a reality. It is there. And again, this also requires you to diversify and improve your skills. For example, right now, there's one very rich area, PPP contracts. Design and build specialization contracts. So the opportunities are out there. Just go for it, and you'll be a happy quantity surveyor. Otherwise, when computers came, guys who used to do cut and shuffle, remember, felt threatened, isn't it? We've transitioned. Some of us started taking off in pen, you know. The typist used to be the most powerful person in the office because they had to type your BQs. So we've moved on. Embrace change, adopt, be versatile. I think that's the name of the rules of the game, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question from the center.
Thank you again. My name's Aporine. I am a Rwandan. I have a defensive diploma in quantity surveying. I have studied in IPRC Huye. Now it is RP Huye College. So I have two questions. I would like Mr. Frederick Nyaminani to answer me. The first question is that by the help of Minister of Education, that RP would help us to request that they can, while we are studying, they can, if you want us to work like international quantity surveyors, they would like add like the real scenarios at work add like softwares apart from the theories, because you have shown that when we are studying, we are emphasizing much in theories apart from the practical work. When we are going at work, we really see it is a really different things. So we would like that by the help of the Minister of Education that can add like those really scenarios, really practical work, and the softwares that are really used at the work. That was my first question. The second question was that about the internship. It is a really hard thing to find as a when you are going in the internship, you found that you are given an internship to work like as a mason, things like that. They don't value us, I don't know why. And I don't know if RPA Courage is working on that. We would like that as RQS could help us to get the internship that we deserve, because it will always help us to get the many knowledge, to experience about the work. And I have another suggestion. As the young generation, we want to be exposed to the opportunities. Because you see, like, the opportunities that are available, like social media, like Me4Tra, LinkedIn, things like that, you see that they want many experiences, like 3 years above, 5 years above, and they don't want the young generation to work with them. So we would request that RQS can work on that in order to have the exposed opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Frederick, over to you.
Thank you very much for your question and suggestion. What I can say as of now is that the institution is not sleeping, as I would say. It's a matter of time. Things will change. To be honest with you is that not only the issue of the curriculum development. So you bear with me that you have not been there for a number of years. You have been hidden somewhere. So we may even end up finding that your program is basically civil engineering as opposed to be purely for quantity surveyors. So we may understand the gaps which are there. As we are struggling to rise the profession, the academic training is of our priority. That's why we started through establishing the MOUs with the university, the teaching university. Maybe Boniface, who is here, he may be someone to confess. As we speak, yesterday he was with the university leaders trying to find a way how the university can collaborate, can be a partner with other academic institutions, the industry practice. So through that kind of collaboration, it's where all of those problems of having, let's say, the software that a quantity surveyor may use to be introduced in academia, this is where things will change. But the challenge we have is that we have not been there for a number of years, but as now we exist, it's the start. We are starting to change the things. So going to the point of internship, academic training, of course, even not only during academic training, after graduation, we established a program of a mentorship program whereby we want everyone, a graduate, if you want to become a professional quantity surveyor, you are not going to be disappearing in the industry. We are formulating a mentorship program to include even international mentors, not only local, so that people are graduating, they are just entering the mentorship program. We make sure that for a period of 2 years, 3 years, these people are mature in the industry, they can become professional quantity surveyor. So it is, I would say briefly that it's a matter of time. We know the gaps in the industry, in the academic training, but we are trying our best to find solutions, long-term solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederick. As we approach, I see 2 more questions, but we only have time for one, so we'll go for the lady. Sorry, please give her the mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Mosha Sinyolo, and I am from the ASAQS. We are also an institutional member of the AAQS. My question is directed to Mr. Van Niekerk. It's good to have business and a practice that we can also get feedback from. In your view, what do you believe is the role of the national quantity surveying institutions in bridging the gap of ensuring that there is a standard contract administration process and cost benchmarking inter and intercontinentally? Because you guys are doing work across Africa, but the important question really is how do we also ensure that the cultural differences that you've mentioned, the political sensitivities as well, that you surely encounter in the various regions, aligned to ensure that there is effective project delivery, but also the effectiveness of the skills transfer that you need to ensure is left behind with the local partners.
Thank you. We take the last questions all together and we can answer them all together. So one for the lady and one from David.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. Your insights have been very interesting and educating as well. So my question is actually to Mr. Frederick, QS Frederick, and the representative from the ministry. Taking off from the question that the student just asked, I'm asking a question with regards to something interesting that QS Frederick said during his presentation. He said that at the moment we have about 197 registered quantity surveyors, yes, and over 1,000 students, graduates that are quantity surveyors. So it just means that there are a lot of quantity surveying graduates that are waiting or that are joining the pipeline to be trained into the profession. So my question is there I hear that there are a lot of reciprocity agreements between schools and the RIQS in terms of training and all of that for the students and also the graduates. But I want to ask, are there policies being developed to assist the labor force? Now, because these labor force are made up of the 197 quantity surveyors, so they will be in charge of training the 1,000 graduates. So that's going to be a lot stress on the existing professionals, and they would need support from the government. So are there like labor law policies that are being implemented or developed to support the existing existing workforce in terms of lending a hand in training the graduates that have entered the labor market? Are there policies and training and apprenticeship that are being developed to assist the existing labor force to support the process of developing very ready quantity surveyors to take on the international markets? And also, in terms of working with the government for infrastructural projects, the different processes that are involved from the government side now, do you have internship opportunities that you've opened up to the students, to these graduates, so that not just from the contracting and the consulting aspects, they can also come in and learn or intern with the government and see how the different infrastructural projects are being put together, just like what the Mr. QS Victor Odongo said in terms of the PPP, policies and implementation processes for infrastructural developments and all of that. And then also, maybe the government can also look into maybe tax rebates, maybe for the existing practicing members, practicing companies for consultants and contractors, so they can assist in taking in the graduates that have just come in, because I mean, if you do the math, 197 to 1,000, that's a lot, and it's going to impact on the workforce, the finances available to run the operations of the companies. So I'm just asking, is there a discussion ongoing within the government and the RIQS on how to create a balance so that nobody is trained? Because at the end of the day, when these professionals are ready to enter the market and take over the market, the government is going to, benefit from it, as well as the institute and even the world at large, because we're preparing and training quantity surveyors for the national market and also for the international market. So that's a question, a suggestion, and also, yeah.
Thank you. Last question from David.
Thank you very much. Mine is going straight to Mr. Odongo. If I'm not mistaken, Uganda has a chief government quantity surveyor. To the best of your knowledge, what does he do? 2, will you advise Patrick Kalemera to advise his boss to also have one? Thank you.
Interesting, interesting. All right. Over to the panel members. Maybe we can start with that last question. It received some applause, so I think it deserves to go first.
Thank you. The chief quantity surveyor, what does he do? Well, the chief quantity surveyor is an office, really. That will be the senior most. He's the one who supervises the quantity surveying division in the public sector. Basically, that is his role. He's like the topmost quantity surveyor in the public sector. And where quantity surveying is properly recognized, there will be input by that department in all projects in the country, in all public projects. So it's an important role because that person supervises a large pool of quantity surveyors working in the public sector and ensures that they bring value to projects and public funds are utilized properly. I don't want to go into the story of what audits have revealed where projects have not involved quantity surveying. Our current president, Matthew, served as a permanent secretary in Zambia. And I think one of the measures he put in place is that he was in charge of local government. And one of the measures he put in place was that every public project must have a quantity surveyor. Civil works, building works, name it. And I think they realized value. Is there value in having an office of a chief quantity surveyor in Rwanda? Most certainly there is. Most certainly there is. And I do not want to give advice to the government of Rwanda, but from where we sit as AQS, it is going to be one of the things we shall support the Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveying in ensuring it is implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is for Mr. Frederick.
Thank you very much. I think when I respond to this question, I want to be realistic. When you look at the issues that they are pointing out regarding the number of people that we have, here we have around 1,000, but those who are now in the institution as professional quantity surveyor, they are around 157. You may wonder why. I would say that one would be, of course, an issue of time. It takes time people to understand or to see the vision or to see where we are heading to. During this journey, people will come and join if they find that what you are doing, they are likely to succeed. Number two, in terms of there is a lot in terms of capacity building, and this is one of the concerns of the institution. But there's a challenge. The capacity building goes with financial capability of the institution. And as of now, we only rely on the members, 157 people, who are also struggling to get employment. And it's a challenge for the institution. Another challenge is that these people who are in the field, most of them are just working even in the field, not particularly related to their field, to their quantity surveying field. They are either maybe working as site engineers, the foremen. Yeah, it happens because of the situation. But as we are now, the profession is being recognized. These people are no longer going to be site foremen. Maybe they are going to act as a site quantity surveyor at least, to make sure that the responsibility of what they are doing is falling with their mandate. So what I would say in terms of also capacity building, it is still a challenge for the institution not having QS firms practicing. Because it would be easy for us if we could have quantity surveying firms, let's say 20 in Rwanda. It would be easy if one firm absorbed maybe 50, 15, 20, depending on the road work. So far, even people approaching us requesting for professional training, you just look at the industry, it's very hard to see where you can even recommend him. Unless if you have your friend engineer or an architect, you tell him, okay, if you have a space, just allow him to sit in your corner. But together with the government and the partnership we are looking for, as we push, it's a matter of time, as I started saying, things will be better. And that capacity building, the more we have people understanding the profession, the more you have people loving the profession, there will be the people who are requesting the interns, requesting people to train. Rather than people struggling to go and finding training, we expect the people to be these professionals, the professional quantity surveyor. Allow me to request really whoever who is involved, be the first person to feel the pain a young person, a young graduate in quantity surveying is passing through. And you should be a person to call and get people and mentor them. Otherwise, without this kind of helping each other, it will be complicated. So this is my personal request. As we push the government to open up doors for our professionals to practice, but also let ourselves love our young brothers. Those who can be able to go even in academia, mentor the young people, please. The burden is not for the institution only, it's for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There was another question for Mr. Frederick Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think just to answer your question in terms of the skills transfer, when you work cross-border as a company, I think it's important to, because you're governed by the institution's standards and ethics and technical skills, it's important to value that skills transfer element to align the service for the client cross-border. And that's where we, from our company standpoint, we believe in that skills transfer component. And we've got two approaches that we normally follow with local partners. We either make the suggestion of expat exchange, whoever's your suggested quantity surveyor on the project. They may be two, a senior or an intermediate, not registered yet, possibly. We make a suggestion of an expert exchange, so we will host you for about 2-3 months, especially on that pre-contract phase where we work on budgets, feasibility studies, and the IRR calculation. So it's important to understand those fundamentals as a quantity surveyor. And before I get to that, the second approach we follow is our business we've got a 2-weekly training schedule. We've got a curriculum that we've developed in-house based on the South African Council for the Quantity Surveying Profession standards, and also best QS practice. And we have an online access for that local partner company, for their whole company, to access our physical training session every second Friday. So if you are an early riser, it's between 7 and 8 in the mornings, unfortunately. But that we found to be most helpful. We've got 6 stages in terms of our council's governance, being inception, concept, and feasibility. We've got value engineering, which is to value engineer that budget component. And then we have a procurement phase, a stage 4 phase, where we develop that bill of quantities, we develop the procurement documents for the main contractor appointment, and then obviously the construction phase, and then project closeout. So we take our counterparts and even our own internal staff through those phases of what is our services and what is our deliverables. We've got certain cost models that we use to mitigate a risk and to calculate and control the cost. So, and also contractual training, because I believe a quantity surveyor is an expert in, or should be an expert in contract administration, especially from a cost point of view. So those technical aspects, you don't have those skills transferred during a project because everything's time bound. So you don't have time for that. So we implemented those 2 options to collaborate with internationals, because we do it in any case in-house. So it works, and I would suggest that any other company adopts those policies in line with their council's governance. And last thing I would like to comment on, just from the lady there that asked the question, or sorry, it was a gentleman, in terms of how do we change the narrative in Rwanda in getting developers and funders and financiers to value quantity surveyors as an independent profession on a project. I do believe there's a fundamental selling point in that and value add. And that comes in, and it's just my belief, I believe a quantity surveyor, an expert quantity surveyor, is a specialist in the investment potential of a piece of land. You have to be able to take the town planning development controls, you have to be able to calculate the feasibility study, a desktop feasibility study, to anticipate the potential returns on that piece of land, so that you can advise a client in an early stage, even before your other professionals are appointed. My challenge is go see the clients, meet with the clients, and show them your skills from an early stage. Even pre-inception, that you have a certain skill set in calculating those cost norms within the development controls of your town planning scheme. And work out the income, work out the capex, show them what your IRRs are. And I do believe clients will value that kind of input from the get-go, because that will frame the project design parameters. And once you have those design parameters from a cost point of view, you can go to an architect and say, this is the design framework from a cost point of view. We have to design your bulk area within this feasibility study. And then you've got I almost want to say, you're hedging your value add on the project. And if a client can't see that, he shouldn't develop, because every single asset is return driven. And your returns are calculated based on capex, your capital expenditure, your construction cost, including your land. And that is a quantity surveyor's profession. And that's how I will sell it to clients. That's how I do. So.
Thank you very much for the powerful insights. We'll end with a contribution from the gentleman there.
Thank you, the moderator and the panelists. I want to give advice to RIQS. South Africa Association of Quantity Surveyors is over 180 years, isn't it? Nigeria is over 50 years. Ghana is over 50 years. Botswana is 30. And it's not going to be easy for you. That is plain truth. Because your position has been occupied by the architects and engineers all these years. So to dislodge them and to practice your profession as a quantity surveyor is not going to be easy. One advice, you have so many, especially with the driving on the back of AAQS, you don't need to invent the wheels. The challenges that most of the country associations have gone through, when you get close to them, they will share with you. That's one. We in Ghana do CPD, continuing professional development, every month. So you need to sharpen your skills as a QS. That is the plain fact. Sharpen your skills. Because quantity surveying has been developed into, the last time I spoke with the Ugandans, I think 2018, about 15 specialized areas. The normal one that we do is something that gives us small daily bread. But if you want to be at the top, you need to add knowledge to yourself. First degree, oh, that's all quantity surveying. You'll be given the crumbs from the project table. You can build yourself, and some of the contributors have said, as a procurement specialist. You can develop yourself as a contract administrator. You can develop yourself as an ADR practitioner. And we in Ghana are sorting it out with the lawyers. Construction dispute resolution is not for the work for lawyers. It's not their work. They are trying to push through. But if you get the skill, already you have the contract law that you've done. Relating it to construction, you are the best. So if you leave it there, the lawyers will take it, and you'll be playing second fiddle. So my colleagues, Rwandese, the time for you is now. Get more knowledge, get all the skills, and the work will work to you. Because you don't have the skill that you can give superior knowledge. Where people start practicing and services, mechanical, building services, mechanical and electrical, you leave it down. The engineers will pick it up. And they will come with no knowledge. Some of us are doing it in our countries. Oh, this is specialized. But we do building services more than the engineers. If you leave it, they'll pick it. And they will prepare some bill for you to adopt it. So there are so many opportunities for you if you want to work. In Canada, due diligence in contract project administration that is funded by banks is done by economic students. Because quantity surveyors have left it down. There are so many opportunities that you can know and try and fill the gap. Because if you leave any aspect down, by the time you come, an accountant has picked it up. A medical doctor has picked it up. And you want to play second fiddle. So a lot more knowledge. And I believe with your brothers in AAQS, the sky is the limit. Get in touch with any of the member associations close by, and they will direct you so that you don't make the mistakes they made. But now you have the opportunity to build yourself, add more knowledge to just the first degree, and be more practical. One last advice that I would do to sit down. Don't finish school immediately. You go into the field as a freelance QS. Oh, I'm doing one person quantity surveying office. It won't help you. 3, 4, 5 people come together, set up an office. And that is where you can go international. Because then you come with diverse knowledge. Whereas one aspect is looking at ADR, another one will be looking at value for money. Another one will be looking, so that when you come together, you become a strong force. Nobody can take you for granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank our panelists and end this session with a general question takeaway for the public. As green and sustainable infrastructure is becoming a global trend and imperative for the survival of our globe, how can we, quantity surveyors, position ourselves to champion life cycle, costing, integration of sustainability metrics, and carbon footprint considerations, so that we can take opportunity of this global trend? Let's think about that as we end this session. Thank you very much.
A very big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for all the contributions and the questions from all of us. They open up our minds towards a brighter QS future. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we are going to take another break, and it is called a lunch break. Our people are ready to serve us from the other corner. However, those who did not get badges, we call them badges or tags, kindly get one, because it will lead you to the other table. If you don't have one, we may not serve you. So pass by the reception and pick your flag or your badge. We shall meet up after 1 hour, and then
well, but it is an opportunity to this forum, at least to have that mirror of what we experience or what we observe that the Institute of Quantity Surveyors should be paying attention to address. I do believe all of us here, we act in public interest. Then opportunities for improving value for money, and then the conclusion. So briefly on the procurement cycle, I will not go into the details. What I would just mention, if the procurement system in Rwanda, particularly that's the government of Rwanda, is automated. We use e-procurement with a special word, umucho. Umucho meaning transparent. So it is digitalized. I would say it is purely digitalized. And since we are talking about the construction industry, even the quantity surveyors do participate in this procurement system through submission of tenders that are based on that system. So if you look at the inner circle, you're looking at procurement system and the technology. You can't miss that. And then the stakeholder engagement. And since we are talking about quantity surveyors in the construction industry, you are part of the key stakeholders in the procurement system. And then the process passes through from number 1 to number 13. I will not go into the details, but at the end of the day, since I mentioned value for money, the asset, what does the asset the government gets out of the procurement process? And since we are talking about construction, we can talk about roads, talk about houses, etc. So if you look at number 1, from the side of the procuring entity, there's need to define the business needs and develop specification. And I was informed that when it comes to construction, you cannot miss the element of quantities. I will share with you the exception we usually see when it comes to the bills of quantities. and yet it's a key component in construction. Get it wrong, definitely the product will have a negative consequence. Then if you look at number 2, the market analysis and make or buy decision, but in government we usually go for buy decision because we need that sustainability and cost effectiveness. Then a bit of number 5, develop documentation and detailed specification. We have appreciated the profession of quantity surveyors, so they do participate in contributing to the specification, because also if you get it wrong on the technical specification, definitely you have it hard to get what you want to as the last component, that is the asset. So if you look at number 10, that is a bit of the delivery. The number 11, contract performance. And we have also appreciated this when it comes to construction, the quantity surveyors, though they are still in number, small in number, they play a critical role in contract performance. Let me touch a bit of the fundamental principles governing the public procurement in Rwanda. Of course, the key one, starting with the word omucho, is transparency. Being automated, it promotes that fundamental principle. Then competition, depending on the categories the companies fall, the economy, we are mindful of the cost when you are doing construction-related projects. Professionalism is a two-way, both to the procuring entity and the service providers that include quantity surveyors. Then fairness and inclusiveness, efficiency and sustainability. I mentioned about the decision either to make or buy comes in this. Then value for money, the value for money and fast work, that is the objective. If you look at from the point of the auditors, the external auditors, we look at the 3 E's, the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. In those 3 E's, we are looking at value for money. And then accountability, again, it's a two-way, both the procuring entity and the service provider. So let me touch a bit of the construction industry in Rwanda. You are seeing the statistics. If you look at the statistics, they indicate 0.6 trillion in our economy. That is per the statistics from the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda, meaning you play a critical role as part of the participant in the construction industry. It is contributing hugely to the development of the respective countries, either in Africa and other continents. I was trying to do some research, and I realized that there are largely 3 categories of surveyors. When I use the word largely, it doesn't mean they are only the 3. There are others, but largely, these are the well-known categories of surveyors. We have quantity surveyors, land surveyors, and property valuers. So previously, I used to mistake them. I thought all of them, they are engineers. But I was informed these are different disciplines. That a quantity surveyor is different from a valuer, and it's different from a land surveyor. So I will hear from you the distinction further as we enter into this discussion. But from the external point of view, this is what we identified as the key roles of quantity surveyors when it comes to the visibility studies. They usually come in on costing. And we talk about costing, the BOQ plays a key component to the visibility study. Then the cost estimation, we have
as a professional of quantity surveying. I've always said when doing my presentations, anywhere I've gone, that quantity surveying is actually biblical. It's something that is in the Bible. The Bible says in Luke 14, verse 28, that nobody can build a tower without looking at the cost. And that's where the profession of quantity surveying is. So it's very important, recognized by Jesus 2,000 years ago and recognized now. So I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity once again, and may God bless you as we continue with this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being so brief. And the Auditor General Deputy has actually got the information. Yes, we're on some simple exercise. We can now have the representative from Tanzania. Briefly, yes, please.
Thank you very much, event manager. From Tanzania, I'm the president of Tanzania Institute of Quantity Surveyor. Our honorary treasurer, Chris Nyaluke, can you stand up? Yes, and the three members of our committees, Chris Yakio, Kapungu, and Chris Prosper, can you stand up? Yes, they are there. So that is the delegation from Dar es Salaam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Kenya. Delegates from Kenya.
Good evening. It's an honor and privilege to be standing before you. My name is Janet Chirchir, a quantity surveyor and the vice president of the Institute of Quantity Surveyors of Kenya. And in Kenya, we have two associations, so I'm going to introduce the members of the Institute of Quantity Surveyors of Kenya. Please stand up if you're here. Yes, that is QS David Gaidho. He's president for life for AAQS, and he's also a past president of IQSK, a fellow member of IQSK, and a past chair of the National Construction Authority. Then we also have QS Aluvala. He belongs to two associations. He's a fellow member of IQSK also. Back there is QS Jordan, the registrar of IQSK. And my business partner, we also have QS Bernard Mbogwa from Amazon Consultants, works with QS David Gaidho. And we also have Joel Gishimu, who's the immediate past secretary of the Institute of Quantity Surveyors of Kenya. So thank you very much.
Thank you too. Malawi.
I was going to invite Moses from AKA the QS chapter to introduce his people.
Hi everyone, my name is Moses Karani, representing the AAK QS chapter. I have the membership of QS chapter, please. Thank you. Thank you. All of them are my seniors in their profession, so I'll introduce them as my seniors. As you've heard, QS Alvala is AAQS Secretary General, and also a fellow in AK QS chapter. QS Mary is the immediate past chair of the chapter. And QS Ann is also a senior in the profession and also representing the women group. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Delegates from Malawi. Zambia.
Thank
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Keith Mateo. I'm from Zambia. As part of our entourage, we've got the immediate past president from the Zambia Institute of Quantity Surveyors, Mr. Kunda Chansa. I'm currently a council member for our institute, and as part of our job was to bring the AAQS president, but he's already been introduced, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Botswana. Botswana.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Malavang Tebele. I'm the current chairperson of IBQS. I'm with my beautiful Kaone. I've just taken over from her. And I'm with Mr. Akanya. Mr. A, where are you? Mr. A is the VP for Southern Region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ghana.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nana Miamache Ibafo, and I'm the Vice Chairman of the Quantity Surveying Division of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors. We are a delegation of about 12. We are 12, let me be definite. So those you are seeing here are young quantity surveyors. So those are waving. And the delegation was led by the president of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors and the senior vice president of Institution of Cost Engineering Council. So he's here in Surveyor Kofi Yebi. I'm sure he's a known face. We also came with our two other seniors, three, of course. One of them have left. We have Surveyor Nanaya Mitepe. We also have Surveyor Dr. Graham. He's also here. So please welcome him, Mr. Hagan. Please. Very grateful.
Thank you so much. Nigeria. The Ogas.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dele Mafimidiwo, the current Vice President, Nigeria Institute of Quantity Surveyors. And you know, Nigeria QS is the big brother of AAQS. In AAQS, because we have the timber and juggernaut. We have the President Emeritus, that is QS Segun Ajale Koko, who has been the past president of AAQS. We have our immediate past president of NIQS here, QS Yemi Shonubi, FNIQS. We have the women leader, that is QS Bukola Olokun. That is the current women leader of AQS. Even the YQS leader too. We have Demide. Where's Demima? The QSF. Thank you. And then we have the registrar of Conservative Registration Board of Nigeria. Incidentally, I'm wearing two caps today, representing two presidents. The president of Conservative Registration Board of Nigeria, who was past president of AAQS. That is QS Femi Obafemi Onoshile. So, he's the current president of Conservative Registration Board of Nigeria. And then we have the current president of Nigeria Institute of Quantity Surveyors, which is president, that is QS Kenneth Nzikwe FNIQS. So we have here also Demide, we have Dolapo. Dolapo, please stand up. We have Professor Dada in the entourage. The registrar of QSRBN, Conservative Registration Board, QS Kali. And we have QS Monsuru. Where are you? Monsuru. And we have Benga. Please, where are you? Thank you very much. And we have many. Nigeria has come with many. Our former Secretary International Affairs, and even is presenting paper tomorrow. That is QS Bolaji Shotunde, FNIQS. Thank you very much. Thank you. So Nigeria came with a big contingent, and you know, many, sir. we are the big brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you very much. South Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone. According to my name tag, I'm from Rwanda. So I suppose that it shows that possibly Rwanda can be a second home. My name is Mosha Sinyolo. I'm the current president of the Association of South African Quantity Surveyors. And our delegation is not the same as our big brother, Nigeria. It's only the two of us. I'm with our Executive Director, Mrs. Nolubaba Lotsulu. And just for your information, she is the first female Executive Director of the association after a 108-year history. So it's an achievement, and we are happy to be here, and thank you for hosting us.
Thank you very much. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I'm representing Saudi Arabia. It's only myself. By the way, Mr. Del is here. Where is he? I think he left. So two of us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Namibia. Namibia.
Let's hope you guys can hear me. When I flew in, my voice flew back home. We two, me, myself, Ian from Namibia, and then we have Tendai. He just stepped out for a while. We are the only country in the world that you can do with your hand, that you can show with your hand.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone we have left out? Zimbabwe? Zim. Oh.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Allow me to ride on the protocols already observed. My name is Odli Chatora. I'm the current president of the Zimbabwe Institute of Quantity Surveyors. I have been sent up here as a lone ranger for a very good reason. We are the next destination for AAQS. So others are in the trenches. I had to come and learn. So thank you, Rwanda, for giving us that platform. We are delighted to be here. A smart country. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. The last call, Malawi. Malawi. We don't want to go without recognizing your presence. In the meantime, our sponsor, Force Rock, please be coming nearer for our presentation. We have lost Malawians, but we had them in our groups. Force Rock. You start, because we can't see our brothers and sisters from Malawi. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Are we okay? Are we tired? We have the biggest number of presidents in the room. So I think we need to clap for the presidents before I speak. So I'm just going to take very little time. Mine is more of an announcement. I'm not going to make a sales pitch. Very interesting times. I have been introduced as Fosrock, and that's going to take 1 minute, 45 seconds, and then I'm going to change to something else which is more exciting. So can you play the video? My name is Matthew Mbui, originally from Kenya, but more of an African. I just want to make a few points about that. Obviously, we are partnering today as Fosrock, but we also want to introduce what we are now. Fosrock joined the group Saint-Gobain effectively April this year, and now we are not 85 years old. We are saying now we are 360 years young. One of the most important things for the industry, as I said, I'm not going to make a sales pitch, is what this means to our continent in Africa, and more importantly, the consultants. We are speaking more often about sustainability. The Auditor General mentioned something about technical specification. This is very important, and the impact it has in terms of the costing of the project, where you're getting your products from. So Fosrock joined Saint-Gobain, which is now 360 years young, as we say, one of the oldest companies to make glass. And in this, we also join 7 other big companies in the industry of the construction, which is, the first one is Gyprock. You already know Gyprock. Everyone is using for the insulation and also the ceiling. You already know Technical Finishes, the ones from Dar es Salaam, the airport, who make a reference to that. You know Weber for tile adhesive globally. You know Crisol, Isova, Fiber, and of course, Saint-Gobain Glass. So in this, what the organization has done is that we're working on localization and decentralization of our operations. That means from the next couple of months, you're going to have all the technical support, all the verticals in East Africa. Our operations will be from Kenya. We have already colleagues in Rwanda at the moment. I have colleagues from Tanzania as well. We have proper representation in all the countries from all the presidents who've spoken here. My first video says we've got 90 factories. That changes to 900 factories globally. It says we are 2,000 employees. That changes to 160,000 employees. That means we'll be able to give you better support. And there's another aspect about our business, the construction industry, which I've been in for the last 15 years. Specification, getting the right support in the big project is very, very important. So the new group will have properly dedicated people. We're already doing it here. We are doing it in Tanzania. And for the QSs, when you want to cost, could it be something from GCP? You know, GCP for underground waterproofing. All the airports globally, or maybe at least 70 airports globally are using these systems. you'll be able to get costs in your local currency. If it's Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, which is very important, we believe. So as a group, we're also trying to do as much as we can to integrate with the professionals and the academia. We are running something globally with architects, students. Yesterday, there were awards for QS architects. I'll be pushing for East Africa to make sure that we integrate as early as possible. We are doing quite a lot about sustainability. We want to be carbon zero by, or neutral, not neutral, zero by 2050, ambitious. So at the moment, if you have any LEED, any requirement, LEED certification, you know, we are way ahead. You need to speak to our team. The other thing I want to talk about is of course, the role we are going to play continuously. I want to challenge all the presidents from the different countries. Please engage our teams. We want to be involved more, not only selling, not only making these public announcements, because we are a public listed company and it's expected of us to make public good. So we want to be involved in educating, in coming with whatever solutions are required, and we want your support. If you're asking to transition from use of steel for basic you know, pavements because of environmental reasons, we are going to back it up. We are spending around 600 million euros on R&D. So every feedback which you are getting in the world of, you know, light and sustainable construction is going into, we are putting a lot of money into this. And the other thing is, which is my last item, is just to give you a flavor of what the group Saint-Gobain is able to do. From South Africa, Nigeria, all the big countries, west to south, we've got factories, and we are going to have very local people. We are going to engage the consultants from the engineers. There was a discussion about what the engineers need to do, a lot of educating as the people are making the products, and then we'll partner so that we can do it ourselves as Africa. That's a mandate we are being given as a group here. And just to finish this, a flavor of what you're going to get from the group in my next video, this time 360 years young. Thank you.
Good results. 2024, Saint-Gobain once again achieved record results in spite of challenging circumstances.
We are a publicly listed company, so if you see the finances is okay,
resulted from clear and robust
it's available in the
strategic
public
choices,
media.
along with flawless operational execution. Here's a 360-degree look at a very busy year. Our strategic choices start with our expansion into high-growth regions and markets. 4 emblematic acquisitions strengthened our position as the worldwide leader in light and sustainable construction and enabled us to become a leader in the booming construction chemicals sector. We also opened 24 new plants and production lines to meet the growing demand for high-performance sustainable materials. But that's not all. Our success was also built on our commitment to corporate social responsibility and guided by a pioneering spirit of innovation. Case in point, our low-carbon solutions and those with a high percentage of recycled materials, as well as our progress in decarbonising our processes. All told, we invested nearly 600 million euros in R&D in 2024 to develop innovative solutions, combining high performance for our customers with a positive environmental impact, and to design even more positive and efficient processes. In fact, we reduced our Scope 1 and 2 CO2 emissions by 34% compared to 2017, and reached a 67% source share of decarbonised electricity. Our spirit of innovation can be seen in several large-scale projects that combine Saint-Gobain products, services, and systems. That said, some things didn't change in 2024, which we're very proud of, like being named top employer for the 10th year in a row. Like having 100% of our employees and their families covered by our Care by Saint-Gobain benefit program, or seeing over 90% of them receive training. The bottom line, 89% say they're proud to be a part of the group. One of our greatest victories this year. Our sincere congratulations and a big thank you to all our teams whose passion, commitment and talent made these successes a reality. Our group heads into its 360th year with confidence and is ready, now more than ever, and at 360 degrees, to make the world a better home.
All right. Thank you very much for your attention. Let's be stronger together. Hopefully, we are going to meet in another city and I challenge again the presidents, engage our teams in your various countries. You'll be able to get everything I've just stated here. And let's just, for the interest of the industry and the environment, be responsible as always. Again, thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you so much for ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more presentations to go, but as we said, we need something to keep you in check. There is a coffee cup. Feel free to pick and come back because we can't afford to miss any of these presentations. Right about this time, let's invite QS Frederick Van of Agola Consulting to come on and give us a presentation, Surveyors as Catalysts for Successful Project Delivery. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be invited to this fantastic event. And on behalf of Agora, we thank you, the council, for making this platform for us, or creating this platform to showcase some insight. So, my name is Fred van Niekerk. I think it's easier to pronounce. I know we're all tired. My speech is long, didn't you? So hopefully this speech is interesting and hopefully there's something you can take from this. I'm also a professional quantity surveyor registered with the South African Council of Quantity Surveyors. I've been in the industry long enough. So it's an honor to stand before you and speak on a topic that is both timely and crucial to the evolution of Rwanda's construction industry. What I'm about to share with you is not only close to my heart, but essential to the success of every construction project we hope to deliver. The essential role of surveyors as catalysts for the success of construction project delivery. Now, when we think of a construction site, we often picture the architects to life. But behind all of this, quietly, often invisibly, are 2 professionals whose skilled contribution is absolutely fundamental to the clinical delivery of this vision: quantity surveyors and land surveyors. Too often, their roles are misunderstood, undervalued, or even overlooked altogether. But the truth is, without clear land data, accurate cost forecasting, and structural financial control, a construction project can't succeed. Not legally, not financially, and certainly not sustainably. Because ultimately, an asset is not only cost-driven, but also return-driven. Today, I want to change the way we perceive these roles. I'll show you how surveyors don't just support construction projects,
They contribute significantly to improved project coordination, resource optimization, and risk mitigation. Through a real-life case study, we'll explore how their involvement deals with risk, transparency, stakeholder collaboration, time-based delivery, budget adherence, and dispute resolution. I believe the Auditor General also touched on these items. To frame your mindsets, I would like to align your thoughts to what we will be discussing today. We firstly define the roles of quantity surveyors and land surveyors. Secondly, a case study of the value add and roles of both surveyors and at key stages of a project. Thirdly, the role of surveyors on regulatory compliance and accountability. Fourthly, the misalignment and lack of clarity of the role of surveyors within the professional team. And lastly, my conclusion on the opportunity that awaits. So to start off, the difference between the quantity surveyor and the land surveyor. A quantity surveyor is the project's financial and contractual specialist. From early feasibilities to tender documentation or to project closeout, the quantity surveyor manages the project budget, advises on procurement, prepare tender documentation, value progress payments, and provides cost control and reporting. In simple terms, they ensure the project remains financially feasible and that every cent is accounted for and maximized. A land surveyor is the spatial and technical authority. Their role is to accurately measure land, define legal boundaries, produce topographical maps, and to ensure the physical dimensions of a project align with the planning frameworks, property rights, and municipal regulations. Their work informs not just design, but legal compliance and long-term urban planning integrity. While their scopes are different, both professionals are essential. The quantity surveyor manages cost and contracts, the land surveyor manages land and data precision. Together, they provide the stability, accuracy, and oversight that projects need to succeed. The next slide deals with a case study. Let me now ground this in an actual project that demonstrates how these roles came together in practice, which I believe would be quite interesting. Agora Africa was appointed as the quantity surveyor on a mixed-use development in Johannesburg, Rosebank, to be more specific, called the Oxford Parks Precinct. This mixed-use precinct comprises of a 21,000 square super basement with 2 office towers called 10 Parks, a 6-story, 8,600 gross lettable area, 55 Eastwoods, a 4-story, 5,800 squares GLA. The value add of both surveyors. Let's unpack exactly how quantity surveyors and land surveyors brought the value independently at key stages of the project. Salvaging the project at risk at an early stage. By definition, the quantity surveyors bring financial discipline and structure to projects by developing and value engineering a project budget to ensure financial feasibility. Your land surveyor ensures early spatial clarity for designers, preventing misalignment with the precinct frameworks and regulatory constraints. In the case study, at inception, this project faced significant risk. Designs were conceptual and integration with the broader Oxford Parks precinct was unresolved. The project very much at risk. The land surveyor stepped in early to confirm boundary coordinates and spatial limitations, aligning the development with municipal and precinct guidelines, allowing the architect to align his conceptual design with actual site data. Simultaneously, Agora Africa, as the quantity surveyor, developed a financial feasibility study underpinned by a detailed project budget, based on the refined conceptual design of the architect. Once the project was accurately defined by the land surveyor and accurately costed by the quantity surveyor, we could proceed to value engineer the design and we could proceed to value engineer the design and project budget to an acceptable capital expenditure and ultimately an acceptable first-year yield. It was this combination of verified spatial data and transparent cost budgeting and forecasting that salvaged the project and secured stakeholder confidence. The collaborative effort brought this project to life. On transparency, by definition, the quantity surveyor ensures that cost estimates, cost reports, variation orders, valuations, and final accounts are auditable and fair. Land surveyors bring clarity to site topography, boundaries, and data that prevent land encroachment or design misalignment. In the case study, Agora Africa prides itself on being transparent and fair when it comes to the detail behind our projects, our project budgets, and feasibility studies. By providing the detail and cost build-ups to our developer client, their funders, and their stakeholders, we've managed to build an unshakable trust relationship not only with our developer client, but also with their funders and their financiers. Maintaining this level of transparency is crucial as it instills confidence and credibility in the financing and funding application processes for the developer. Given the complexity of this precinct, it was essential as a starting point that the on-site land survey for this particular building was accurate and aligned with the conceptual design of the architect, as this formed the foundation of reliability on the accuracy of our project's feasibility study, interestingly enough. The third key stage is stakeholder collaboration. By definition, quantity surveyors facilitate financial communication between clients, funders, contractors, and consultants through structured financial reporting. Land surveyors offer objective spatial intelligence that supports architects, planners, and municipal approval processes. With regards to the case study, as the quantity surveyors, we played a vital role in communicating and interpreting the construction and development costs to various stakeholders, in this particular instance, the developer, their funders, and the bank. Part of the regulatory requirements for these stakeholders to unlock the funding included town planning submissions and zoning approvals, both of which were underpinned by an accurate land survey from the outset. The fourth key element is timeous delivery. By forecasting cost implications and advising on procurement timelines, quantity surveyors prevent project slowdowns. Land surveyors accelerate approvals by ensuring compliance with geographic information systems and cadastral requirements from day one. In the case study, the timeline for this development was tightly bound, like with most projects. Funding deadlines and regulatory milestones, to both funding deadlines and regulatory milestones. So the quantity surveyor ensured early tender packages were released based on cost forecasts and calculated allowances, while the land surveyor provided immediate data to meet town planning and building line approvals. This synergy between budget control and accurate site data ensured no unnecessary delays at critical stages of the project. In terms of budget adherence, quantity surveyors manage and control construction costs meticulously, adjust for inflation, and manage development risk contingencies to ensure budget adherence. Accurate land data prevents expensive redesigns, delays with cost, and budget overruns. In this case study, with regards to budget adherence, the initial project budget assumed a provisional bulk earthworks allowance or package. However, accurate topographical and cadastral data from the land surveyor revealed significant slope discrepancies on this particular development. Early identification of these discrepancies allowed the quantity surveyor again to reallocate funds, avoiding costly redesigns and change orders during construction. This preemptive cost adjustment kept the project within its approved budget framework and retained the momentum. The last key aspect is dispute resolution. Quantity surveyors are experts in contract administration, in my opinion, and more specific, extension of time claim delays. Land surveyors resolve boundary disputes before they evolve into legal and community dissatisfaction. In this case study, during the excavation phase of this project, our neighboring property owners questioned the boundary placement, which is most of the time the case, risking project stoppage. The land surveyor revalidated the site boundaries with coordinates guided by the municipal records, which resolved the dispute amicably. On the other hand, the quantity surveyor calculated contractual claims by the main contractor arising from delays, providing detailed documentation and calculations governed by the guidelines issued by the Quantity Surveying Council of South Africa, the South African Council of Quantity Surveyors profession, which forms part and parcel of the main contractor's contractual preliminaries and general cost, and more specific to time-related cost. This approach ensures effective communication, legal and contractual governance that either avoid or aid dispute resolution processes. It is evident from this case study that both the quantity surveyor and land surveyors plays a fundamental role, each in his own right, to unlock projects, to isolate and deflect risk, and add significant value through its expertise to the success of a development project from inception to closeout. It is important to recognize that the quantity surveyor effectively serves as the construction cost accountant on a project, responsible for cost budgeting, cost forecasting, cost monitoring, and cost controlling. On commercial return-driven projects, where financial returns are paramount, cost optimization becomes central to the overall feasibility and success of the project. At Agora, we place strong emphasis on maintaining a close and transparent relationship with our clients, as this trust is essential for effective financial decision-making and long-term project confidence. The next topic I would like to discuss is the role of surveyors in regulatory compliance and accountability. Firstly, quantity surveyors, meeting bank and listed or private funder requirements. In South Africa and most countries, commercial property development projects are funded through a combination of equity and debt finance, typically structured at a specific debt-equity gearing ratio based on the perceived risk by financial institutions. These risks may include affordability, market demand, and the developer's track record, as well as project-specific factors such as location, regulatory approvals, pre-let or pre-sale agreements, construction feasibility, and macroeconomic conditions such as government legislation. As such, lenders carefully evaluate each aspect to determine the project's viability and the terms of their financial involvement. For this reason, the quantity surveyor's role is paramount to ensure that financial institutions and funders' regulatory requirements are addressed and adhered to, making him a specialist in his field of expertise. It is important to these institutions to have a quantity surveyor involved in their projects independently, though, to ensure that both our cost and performance, the performance of the asset falls within the minimum regulatory requirements. Typical information required by these institutions from your quantity surveyor includes, but are not limited to, your financial feasibility study, predicted cash flow forecasts, detailed and priced bills of quantities by a main contractor, monthly valuations, and monthly cost reports. Without this, financial institutions cannot assess their risk, delaying or denying funding altogether. The quantity surveyor becomes the bridge between design and finance, providing the trust and transparency that unlocks capital investment. A quantity surveyor's involvement is not optional. It's a prerequisite for securing and managing institutional capital. They provide a financial structure and reporting discipline that unlock trust from investors and enable responsible, auditable project delivery. On the other hand, land surveyors, municipal design and cost accountability. Land surveyors play a frontline role in ensuring compliance with municipal regulations and enabling accurate design layouts. Their data feeds into municipal land use approvals, environmental impact assessments, infrastructure alignment like roads, sewer, and stormwater. They support design accountability by ensuring that architects and engineers work with reliable ground data. And indirectly, they contribute to cost accountability. Because every centimeter of miscalculated ground can result in thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, of wasted in construction and or litigation. Land surveyors operate at the foundation of legal compliance and urban development control. Their input is mandated by town planning regulations, development control frameworks, municipal bylaws, zoning requirements. Specifically, they are critical to accurate land demarcation and cadastral compliance, enabling accurate town planning submissions, providing the spatial accuracy for site plans, servitude registrations, setting out of infrastructure on site, like roads, stormwaters, and buildings in general. No construction work can begin without the correct setting out. And no setting out can be correct without professional land surveyors, ensuring coordinates, elevations, and legal boundaries are exact. Their work forms the geospatial foundation upon which compliance, accountability, and safe urban growth are built. Beyond their technical skill, both quantity surveyors and land surveyors are integral to meeting institutional, financial, and municipal requirements. Their roles are not only professional, they are regulatory necessities. Lastly, misalignment and lack of clarity of these two roles in the industry. To avoid misalignment and lack of clarity that may affect the quality, cost control, and efficiency of construction projects in Rwanda, it is important to distinguish between the vital role and value add of surveyors within the professional team. The core consultants on a typical development project will typically include your project manager, responsible for planning, programming, effective communication, coordination management, and team alignment, your architect responsible for space planning, functional and aesthetical design, your quantity surveyor responsible for cost budgeting, cost forecasting, cost management, and cost control, civil and structural engineering responsible for civil and structural design integrity, services engineers responsible for services design, functionality, and efficiency, town planner responsible for governing municipal development controls and regulatory compliance, land surveyor responsible for measuring land, defining legal boundaries, topographical surveys, and the setting out of the works in line with the planning frameworks, property rights, and municipal regulations. Health and safety consultant, responsible for project compliance in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act and construction regulations. I would like to leave you with an analogy that I share dearly to my heart. It's a perspective. And to all facts and all initiatives, there are always two sides or two perspectives that one can follow. It's either a positive perspective or a negative perspective about the fact. If you follow a negative perspective about what this conference is about to achieve, it creates a belief called doubt. And that doubt gives us a feeling in our hearts of anxiety and pessimism. And that makes us powerless. But if we choose the perspective of positivity towards what this conference wants to achieve, it creates a belief called faith. And that faith gives us a feeling in our hearts of anticipation and excitement. And that anticipation gives us power in our hands to do something about it. It creates movement, it creates momentum. And that's what I believe this conference should create, even after this conference, is maintaining the momentum. The call I bring to this room is simple. Let us formally recognize, define, and protect the independent professions of quantity surveying and land surveying within Rwanda's legal and institutional frameworks. We have already seen through the 2010 valuation law how formal recognition can elevate a profession and bring structure to an industry. It is time to take the next step. Let's empower these professionals to do what they were trained for, to deliver projects with precision and purpose. I thank you.
Thank you so much, QS Frederick Van. We appreciate the knowledge that has been communicated, and we pray that we take the positive from that presentation. Allow me quickly call out to QS Laek Hassan, Chair Ricks, KSA and PIQS to give us a presentation on AI in construction. You're welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laik Hassan, and first of all, I would like to thank to RIQS, Rwanda Institute of Quantity Surveyor, for inviting me to here, and it's good and really honor, first of all, to meet all QS professional siblings, because I consider siblings because as a QS professional, we all are one family, and also AAQS and other professionals. So thank you so much for inviting me. So I know we are running out of time. Even my presentation is quite long, but I will try to finalize this as quickly as possible. In this presentation, I will also try to answer some of the questions which I've been asked by some young professionals today in this event and other day when we visited the Rwanda Institute, University of Rwanda, about how and what the QS professionals are working in other part of the world, which is the Middle East. So my presentation focusing more on the Middle East side, and thank you. And I will try to give you a quick brief what we are doing there, and probably that will help you guys to understand. So I've been working in this profession for last 30 years. Out of 30 years, I spent 26 years in Middle East, working in UAE, Oman, Qatar, and for last 10 years, I've been working in Saudi Arabia. So AI, a very interesting word which everyone knows what is AI. Either is someone working as a professional, or even if you are using a simple WhatsApp without having a professional knowledge, we are still using AI somewhere around. So I don't want to go to definition because everyone knows what the EI. I will quickly jump to the topic. Why EI is very essential for our construction project? First, let me just read out, and then I will explain you. The EI construction market project is growing 4.86 billion in 2025 to 22.68 million by 2032. It will really grow with 24.6 annual growth rating. How we in a Middle East construction market adopt the AI? So in 2028 to 2029, first year, that was the moment where we really start using the AI in a construction. 2022 till to date, after post-COVID, we accelerate significantly, such as in Saudi Vision 2030 and UAE Smart City Initiative. So the Vision 2030, I will further explain you what type of project are we working on, and we consider those projects as a giga projects. Timeline. So 2018 to 2019, earlier version, initially we used the BIM as a basic automation tool. Then strategic integration, and NEOM and the Line project in Saudi Arabia began integrating modeling. UAE construction market also started from using AI-powered drones, robotic site inspection, which Mr. Charles has also mentioned that you have been using here, which is a very good thing, and I really did not know that the drone is being effectively using in the construction monitoring as well. And I will give you some example, and hopefully I will share with you a couple of videos which will give you a good idea. Then the 3D printing, which is a very important part, even though it's not widely being used in the Middle East as well, but we are started using it. And the government is planning to use and utilize this 3D printing more in the construction to more effective and time saving. Now, in a mainstream adoption, AI-driven safety systems are widely used. I will also let you know how the AI using in a safety system as well. Reduces manual efforts. That's a very challenging, because that's the first question comes as a professional of our mind, that if AI is getting that much famous, that much in use in our day-to-day activities, whether regardless you are working as a QS, as a health and safety, or any respectable profession, it means, will it reduce the manpower? Will it reduce the job opportunities? Maybe, yes, but not exactly. Because if we work smartly, not hardly, we cannot only allow AI to replace our jobs until we will enhance our knowledge. And how we can do it, I will explain you in a few other slides. The same thing which I just explained you of BIM. Let's go for 3D printing. So I will give you now the couple of examples, which is the live examples which we adopted in Middle East and how we complete those projects. So 3D printing in construction. These industries refer to use additive manufacturing technology to create building structures and materials layer by layer as part of a digital transformation. How it works and which kind of project we completed. That was the first project initiated in Dubai. It's a Dubai office, one of the government office, and they completed in 2020. And if any one of you visit Dubai, you can go and you can see this building is still there. And this is one of the first building which we constructed using the 3D printing. Then in Saudi Arabia, this is a mosque project. We started in one of the city in Jeddah, which is a port city of Saudi Arabia. And that's how the project was started. And this is a completion. And at the moment, this mosque is in place and people are going for worship. And this complete project, I would say not 100% because it's a structure and a gray structure, but it was completed mostly with the using of 3D printing. So again, if any one of you will visit Saudi Arabia and Jeddah, please must visit this mosque, so you can see how the 3D is affecting our how we are using this 3D technology. About the quality of work and the safety system, I'm not sure if our supporter can play is a small video. Will we be able to play this video, please? If you can click on the screen. Actually, I want to explain you with the help of this video that how effectively we are using this AI technology in a different aspect. On the screen, if you just click here, it's a video. Anyway, I think there's some problem. It's not working. All right. I think I don't want to waste more time. Let's go back to the slide, please. Just run the slide, forget about the video. Thank you. So basically, in that video, which, sorry, we are unable to play that video. Actually, I just want to show you how the AI we are using for the safety purpose. So in that video, basically, we are using cameras on a helmet for all the laborers. So when they visit the site and work around, any safety person who is sitting in an office, he can monitor the work, he can see the hazards surrounding with the help of the cameras which we install in the helmets of the workers and also for the engineers. So which will help basically to monitoring that those who are not wearing the safeties. And also we can, now the question basically here is that you might be thinking that why I'm focusing more on this safety by using this AI, because the safety is a main concern and also very cost effective, because sometimes what happens is we are not given attention, a priority to the health and safety of the workers at site and hazards at site. And if that happens, that can cause a delay on the project. And if the project gets delayed, of course, it will come with cost. It's not just only the time. So we as a quantity surveyor, we are also have to make sure that safety is completely implemented at site and there is no risk left. Same way, it was another video, but anyway, I don't think so. Maybe we'll be able to play. Oh, okay. Thank you. See the safeties. The green is a safe area, and the red, which highlights the other industries, how we can monitor. Positioning as site activities. See, the vests are open, so these laborers, some are not wearing the safety jacket properly. Okay, this was few of the part which is relates to the hazard and safety, which impact very heavily most of the time on our project overrun, and which overrun, as I said, it comes with the cost and time. Now, AI, how the AI and also, affecting on and helping us in our quantity surveying profession. So AI in quantity surveying, the future of quantity surveying is undoubtedly digital. By embarrassing AI in other digital strategies, professional in the field. How we can use this AI? There are various softwares, there are various tools which is relates to AI. AI is not just the co-pilot. AI is not just ChatGPT. AI is not just the DeepSeek. These are the effective tools, I understand that. But how we as a QSs, what is helping us and how we can improve. Strategies complete these challenges. So first of all, enhance digital competency. So we have to learn what are the tools, what are the softwares are helping us to improve our work in a timely manner and save more cost. Adoption of technology. Of course, that's also comes with the cost, and as a organization and as a government. If the government will implement these softwares, this application to make sure that it will be implemented and used on the construction project, and the companies who have to adopt this software. Of course, in Middle East, we are considering this cost when the companies, they submit the tenders and prepare their BOQ for the bidding. Data security. If everything goes on a cloud, if everything is in somewhere on a SharePoint, it's a risk as well. So we QSs, because data is very important for us, how we can save the data. We have to use the different tools to save our project data. Collaborate and networking and adopt the changes. Adopt changes. This is the main focus, that if we will not move with the technology, we will be left behind. Other than the IT technology, the QS profession is not other than, compared with the IT technology, we are not less than with anyone. We are also adopting the AI in our profession. These will also help us in sustainability, risk management, data insight, improve decision making, and enhance productivity. I'll let you know how it will affect. To achieve net zero energy, by utilizing smart building technologies to optimize energy efficiency, showcasing how the AI enhancing our sustainability in the construction and quantity surveying practice, cost estimation and the project management. Companies are using, there are some software, as I just keep saying the software. What are those software? If I may ask to the audience, of course you all are professional working in a different region in this continent. What kind of software are you as a QSs using as a latest technology? Can anyone answer this question? Is there any software are you using in a quantity surveying profession? All right, I will tell you what we are using. And I'm sure that these software is also being used in African subcontinent as well. These are just two examples as a Bluebeam and a PlanSwift. By the way, this is not the only two software which we are using in the quantity surveying profession. And that's very helpful, by the way, in the preparation of the BOQ and in the post-contract as well. There are some other software which we call it CostX. So if I ask the audience, is any of the software is being used here in this continent? Is someone using these softwares? Excellent. So it means that this continent is also working smartly. That's a very good thing. So these example, basically this software, and that's what the answer of some of the QSs which they asked me, that what kind of tools, what kind of skills they have to learn if they want to explore the market of the Middle East. So I must say, okay, membership of professional bodies like RSCS is good, you have it. Other than that, in terms of skill, if you want to explore the Middle East market, these are the software you have to learn. And if you have these skills, believe me, this market Middle East market is open for you. This is a very good tools and is widely used of most of the contracting companies and even the project management companies, architects. We call it the engineer as per our contract. We do not use the word in Middle East architect. We usually call them the engineers as per the FIDIC. The second most important thing is the BIM. This is the future. Maybe something more will come up, I don't know, by the time I will be retired. So for the young QSs, I think if you are using and if you have a knowledge of BIM, this is a very good additional advantage for you as a young QSs. Adoption of BIM in our digital representation of the physical and functional characteristics of a construction project. It encompasses a multi-dimensional model collaboration and efficiency throughout the project life cycle. By the way, if I ask the audience that how many of you are using BIM on your project? Oh, our South African fellows. They're excellent. This BIM software, first of all, is a very good automation of process, enhanced visualization, data sharing collaboration, cost estimation and management, and life cycle. We as a QS, of course, maybe some of you thinking this BIM is someone who is designing the project. Probably he needed. Why we as a QS, what we have to do with the BIM? BIM, these days, how we are utilizing the BIM and how BIM is giving us our time savings. Once the model has been created on the BIM and you have a knowledge of Revit, you can easily prepare the BOQ for the tendering purpose and as well as in your post-contract. So it will save time, it will work very smartly because you will not miss any item. And also in an engineering perspective, BIM will give us a 3D vision. I remember then few years back, or let's say 10 years back, when the BIM was not being implemented and widely used, we always rely on a 2D drawings. Most of the engineers, when they used to go at site, they go with the drawings in their hands. But now, we have BIM model, which give you a 3D view of your project, so you can see which level are you working on, what kind of services are passing through. If there is any clash, you can see and you can avoid those clashes to delay your projects. And also, it will, as I say, it will help you to take off your quantities and also work completion on the post-contract side. BIM revolutionizing quantity surveying. BIM is a transformative tool for the quantity surveying, as I just said it, enabling them to improve accuracy, efficiency, collaboration in their work. Collaboration with other teams. You call it architects, your site team, your safety team, and of course, your quantity surveying team. Embracing BIM will be essential for quantity survey to remain competitive and deliver value in their project. It also ensures to integration of all relevant professionals to facilitate a useful delivery of the project. If you have a good skills of BIM, and you have also a good knowledge about the Revit, and you keep an eye on daily basis as a quantity surveyor, because we are always a backbone, we deal with money. We know that because, you know, most of the time, with all due respect with our engineers fellow, because engineer always focusing more on a deliver, that okay, I want my project to be complete on time. And that's it, because that's what the client requirement. Whereas we quantity surveyor, of course, our priority is also to make sure the project will complete on time. But we also focus as per the budget, as per the cost, and the time. So if you have a good knowledge and you have a good information about the BIM, how to use this software, you can use it on a daily basis and see the progress. And if you find any difficulties, any clashes, any delay, any overlapping, you can inform immediately to your site team, your construction management team, or your project delivery team. And you can tell them that what will, if they will not take an action to improve that or mitigate that any kind of a construction risk, what could be the impact in terms of time and cost. Data. The one thing which most of my professionals today in different presentation and discussion mention about the quantity surveying, that okay, the quantity surveying, what is our profession, that's what we all are here, discussing about the future of the quantity surveying, enhance our knowledge. But I know that when most of the client still, and some of the engineers, when they think that a quantity survey, what does it mean by the quantity surveying? Quantity surveying is a person who just prepared the BOQ, and in the post-contract side, submit the invoices. If there is a variation, he will deal with the variation, and that's it. No, this is not the quantity surveying. Quantity surveying, today we are involved as, I remember the first presentation from Agora, that is from inception to completion. And even beyond that, how beyond that? Okay, our day-to-day work is, if you are working on a pre-contract side, you are preparing a BOQ, you submit the tender documents, you're compiling the contract documents, and if you are working as a post-contract, you make sure the contract is being administered properly, your work being implemented, submit your invoices, process your variation, but that's not the end. These days, we are also assisting and providing our expertise in arbitration, in negotiation, in litigation, in mitigation. These all are our skills where we are providing our services. So QS work is not just land, breadth, depth, and cubic meter and cubic feet. No, we are working beyond that. And when I say beyond that, the major aspect comes with during the project and after the project. If the project got delayed, if there is a claim, we always say, the QS is the one, the quantity survey, the commercial team is the one, or he or she is the responsible to make sure that throughout the duration of your project, you will keep the data safe. That will help you to finalize if you will go in any claims. Because you cannot prove the claim being a contractor or submit the claim if you will not have a proof, which is contractually is a notifications on a timely manner, and the data, any correspondence, any daily reports, any progress report, any monthly report, any cost report. How you can maintain is a lots of data. If you're working on a complex project, probably you will dealing maybe thousands of documents in a day. But you are ultimately responsible to support your client if you're working for the client, and also being a contractor to protect your company to submit a claim. And how you can retrieve and how you can save that data smartly with the different softwares which will help us to save the data. By the way, I'm sure that there were some data software is also being used here. We use mostly in Middle East Econex and Procure, and some of the professionals, they also think that this is a job of the documents controller, why the QS has to involve in this data protection. And as I just explained to you, This is all equally important for us, and I believe more important than the documents controller, because documents controller, he's responsible to keep the data safe, but he does not or she does not know that why we are saving this data and documents and what will be the use. You and we knows that these data is very important for us if the project got delayed. There are some regulatory form is already been implemented by the government who is supporting in the AI. I just want to go and tell, probably someone asked in the group the slides. I will request the management, of course, RIQS to share these slides so then you can go through. Challenges. Of course, when we talk about BIM, we talk about Revit, we talk about softwares, about the safeties and site activity, to monitor site activity, it comes with cost. But if we see the impact of these costs, if initially we spend this money to use this software, we can mitigate lots of risk in the later stage of the project. So of course, everything comes with cost, but here the responsibility of the client or developer to keep some kind of provision in the contract so the contractor can consider these costs to use these softwares. Excessive cost of operating digital tools. There is, of course, there's a cost, but if we QSs being trained, which is related to us, which is a BIM and I say Revit, we can help our company. So probably some of the company may be spending money on you, they will invest, they will provide trainings. If not, I will, in my advice, that get this training, even wherever you can get it, for you to work smartly. Trainings, of course, as we went to the University of Rwanda, and I'm sure there are many quantity surveying courses being offered in different universities in the subcontinent. We as a professional, we should approach to those universities and make sure that universities should consider such kind of courses in their syllabus, which is a BIM, and maybe if something will be new, come up later on in this project. Digital competency, QS from lack of affordability. Yes, again, as I say, it comes with cost and the trainings and the experienced staff. Lack of managerial desire and support. Maybe you are line manager, if you are working as a junior QS or intermediate QSs, maybe if he or she, he's a very senior and he has or she has not used this software, he might think that, okay, what is the potential of this software and to spend this much of money? So we as a QS, we have to explain them why it's so important, and if company will spend, how we can save in the money of the later stage. Fear of technology replacing QS. Yes, as I say, it comes in our mind. Maybe this technology, maybe it's reduced the manpower, but if you as a young QSs, if you will learn these skills, so no one can replace you. You will definitely stay there. From a too small to invest technologies depend, of course, firm to firm. Is there a small firm, maybe they do not have much budget to spend on this technology. But again, here the government role comes. They can make sure and implement. Complexity of digital tools, yes, everything comes with risk. There is some risk as well. And of course, time will teach us and we will learn from the mistakes. But ultimately, it will give us a good cost saving. Laxity due to increased automated tasks, lack of accessibility. I don't think so. These days are a lack of accessibility. The world is globalized. You can approach to anywhere, any country, any subcontinent who are offering these courses and get the knowledge. Data security and privacy concern. Yes, as I said, if you will save most of the data on the cloud, the example which I shared with you, the Econex and Procure, of course, these are the cloud database. There are risks involved, but here our IT team will be there to support us. Risk to downtime downtime due to the viral attacks. Again, it's all related to the IT. Barrier. Personal competencies, of course. These are new technology. Most of you, they already know about it. Those in my age group, maybe with those who never use it, of course, they have to learn. They have to at least understand the basic information about these technologies. If they are maybe not able to use by themselves, maybe they will have a team to use it, but it's better to be enhanced the knowledge. Cost affordability, as I just explained to you, data cyber security, yes, there is a risk, but we can mitigate it. Stakeholder concerns. Stakeholder concerns only with the risk of data, if the data will be loose, which we can involve and take IT on board to support us. Finally, all the above highlight how the AI is actively solving real-world construction challenges, whether it's through risk prediction, smart scheduling, or robotic automation. AI is making construction safer, faster, and more cost-effective, and that's true. Once we start utilizing this, we can definitely work faster, smartly, and cost-effective. The conclusion. Digital transformation is enhancing efficiency, accuracy, strategic value, and considering Middle East. As technology evolves, QS will play a crucial role in driving innovation industry. Before I end my presentation, I will again emphasize especially the young QSs to please enhance your knowledge. If you know about this software, if you know about this application which is being used, I'm sure if it's not being used here in this subcontinent, it will be used, because now every company, every organization, whether it's a cost consultancy, it's a contracting company, it's a client, everyone is going to be a digitalized. It's a digital transformation period. So if you will learn these skills, you will lag behind. So compete this market, enhance your knowledge, and gain this different certification and experience. Thank you so much.
Another big round of applause. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. AI seems to be the way to go. Embracing it will only simplify our life as quantity surveyors. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wind up the day, we shall not have the Q&A panelists there, but we shall have quite a few questions and responses from the presenters as we come to the end of today's session. Where is my co-MC? The mic. Questions, and you mentioned the person you're firing the question to. Any questions as far as the last two presentations are concerned? Yes.
Good presentation by my friend from UAE and RSCS. My concern really about the use of BIM is that it cascades down from the designers. If BIM is not utilized by the architects and the engineers, then we are suffocated, so to speak, to be able to utilize it. So what's your solution to that problem? How do we get them to adapt to use of BIM so that the information we need we can take away from the use of the software?
I think as a rider to that, just like Mr. Jarigo has said, because the BIM is going to originate from the designers, because it's also possible even the Revit you are talking about, they do some calculations. I mean, get the quantities from their design. Don't you think they might decide to now dispose of the QSs? Because what you are supposed to do, you can readily just get it from the software. So they might probably just think they don't need you. So how do the quantity surveyors really get themselves engraved? I love the idea of BIM because it's supposed to ensure collaboration. Because where I go, where you have other members of the construction team, I always tell them that what BIM does is to encourage what is missing in most whatever. That is collaboration. But the side effect for us is still that same bit that you have the initiator or the originator or the owners of the concept want to own everything. Because I see another side of it, like who owns the copyright or the legal rights of the BIM document? That's another issue that we don't want to talk about. But I think I want you to also address that area. That is there a way the quantities of yours can be protected? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Both questions are very good and very relative, and that's I'm main focusing for the QS. Of course, BIM is purely for the designers to design. But what is the next thing with the BIM is the Revit. Any QSs cannot understand the Revit and will not be able to handle Revit if he will not have a knowledge of the BIM. Of course, he knows to go in a detail of as a designer. That's the designer's responsibility. Likewise, before that we were using AutoCAD. Did the QS design on AutoCAD? No, but at least we QSs, we used to know how to.
It used to be our key area before. Now we have machines to do it. That's the measurement, the taking off. So with the Revit, you can do that, but you need to make yourself indispensable by offering cost management advice. I mean, when the man for Agora was making his presentation, he talked about feasibility and viability studies. The fact that you need to prepare cost reports on a regular basis. As long as you are still relevant in that space, then you cannot be replaced. That's just the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you for the presentation. This issue of BIM, like previous speakers have said, I think is here to stay with us. I will tell you a story. This is in the recent year or so. 2 years ago, there was a project in Uganda where I think it was won by one of the big South African architectural companies. And they were looking for a team of local partners or local consultants, national consultants to work with. And they called all of us for a meeting. QS, structural engineer, I think even the local architect, electrical. And one of the questions which the partner who came from South Africa asked is, we will only be able to work with any of you if you have knowledge of BIM. Short of that, there is no way we could be adopted onto the project. But for one reason or the other, they didn't go ahead with the project. Later on, that very project was re-tendered out, and I was part of the team that took on the project. Now, the client had not put it as a requirement, knowledge of BIM. So as we go along, let's say the international partner who had won that project, who was working with us, was from the Middle East, and they also raised the issue of knowledge of BIM. And the local architect had to actually pay for those licenses and start using it. Now, when it came to the BOQ, that is where we found something very interesting. I think they had, the way they were extracting their quantities was based on the SMM that they use in the Middle East, not on the East African standard method of measurement. So the way they were presenting, or they looked at how they wanted to present their figures was different from how we were interpreting them here. So we are somewhere in the middle of resolving that. I think we shall end up using our methods. Yeah, but this just to show you that this thing is here to stay. And as night follows day, in the near future, if you can't use BIM, like I've told you I've experienced from the story I've given you, most likely you'll just disqualify yourself. Straight away, there will even no time to say, I will only be thinking about financial management. It will just be, do you know how to use BIM? I'm actually told in some countries, it is actually a requirement during the bidding. But of course, these costs are high. Maybe what we need to do, we may need to see how to pass that project, that cost, that component of that cost and training on it back to the client. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. Any more questions? Yeah, seems we have exhausted most of the questions, and that means we have understood most of the concepts. I have quite a few announcements to make. Colleagues who have not gotten their tags, kindly pick them there, or you pick them early morning tomorrow for the session. I've been told that tomorrow we have quite many activities, as you can see in this book. So we try to come a bit early so that we can exhaust those activities. After lunch tomorrow, we shall have breakaway sessions. As you can see in this booklet, there will be AAQS Women Band, so the board or East African meeting after lunch. RICS, this is RIQS, annual general meeting tomorrow after lunch. Then AAQS YQS forum, and then after that networking will commence. And we shall close tomorrow's session with a cocktail, mostly after these breakaway sessions. So come tomorrow, let's come a bit early, and we wind up in time so that we can enjoy our cocktail. Your MC, I'm called Dr. Semanda Julius from Makerere University in Uganda, and a registered quantity surveyor here in Rwanda. Thank you so much. Yes, there are some other eatables. You can continue networking. As Lions say, the meeting is closed, fellowship continues. We meet again tomorrow.
They requested me to introduce myself. My name is Shadia Shemarujema. I'm a registered QS in Rwanda. Thank you.